Okay, guys, now we can start. Can you hear me? So and so. Maybe you can put your earphones if you want. If you do not want, it's not a problem. So just to go through the structure of the GA very fast. First of all, there will be the amendments. So we will, I'd say, do like from 1 to 3 amendments per committee. The person who has proposed the amendment shall give a speech in favor of the amendment. He can do it at just your seat, so there is no need to come here. After that, there will be a person from the committee who will do a speech against the amendment. And this dialogue will repeat for each amendment that we have accepted. So maybe there will be 2, maybe there will be 3. After each amendment, there will be a voting. There will be a vote. You will vote by raising your hand. So the president will say, okay, who is in favor of the amendment? You can raise your placard. You can raise your placard. And then you will say who is against the amendment, and you will raise your placard if you are against. Of course, if the amendment is accepted, then you will need to take into account the result. After the 2, 3, 1 amendments, we don't know yet, there will be the opening speech, so there will be no reading of the resolution because you have already studied it, and there is no need to read them again. And it will also make it possible to do a pause afterwards, so it's better like this. So there will be the opening speech, so please be very careful in respecting the number of time that is allocated for each speech. After the opening speech, we will move directly to the open debate. So we will accept single interventions on single clauses. For instance, there will be 2 to 3 interventions for each macro area. So for instance, the first person who gives an intervention will say, okay, I would like the General Assembly to focus on clause OC number 3, for instance. So we will discuss only the OCs that are in that macro area. So if OC number 3 is in the first macro area, we will say, okay, now we will be accepting interventions only on the OCs of that particular macro area. After 2 to 3 interventions, we will call a member from the committee to give a speech in defense to these interventions. And of course, it should not be the person who has already the opening speech or the final speech, but we already know that. And after that, we will move to another 3 interventions and 1 defense, 3 interventions and 1 defense. After that, I mean, the structure may slightly change during the GA, so always be careful about what the president says. And I mean, after the open debate, we will move to the speech against the whole resolution. The person who gives the speech shall come here at the podium. Of course, this is true also for the opening speech and the final speech. After the speech against, we will move on to the closing speech. The closing speech should also respond and reply very briefly, but in a consonant manner to the speech against the whole resolution. So take that into account. If the speech should last like 3 minutes, you should always balance the reply to the speech against and what you want to say in order to make them vote. Finally, you will vote. You will vote, of course, by political group. You should tell one of your group leaders what are your voting intentions. Like, okay, we are 10 in favor, 2 against, 3 abstentions, and no 1 absent. I hope so, at least. And you will need to say to one of your group leaders who will tell us, just like in normal international sessions, but it's usually the country who does that. And that's it. Of course, the committee who will be examined, whose resolution will be examined, should come forward and sit here. And then again, if you want to speak, just raise your placard. Your placard is just to identify yourself, but whenever you start a speech or intervention, please say, thank you for the floor, Mr. or Madam President. My name is, etc., Vittorio Cama, from the political group, which is the most important part, so Patriots for Europe, and from committee, AFET, committee number 1, because this will allow us to know who you are, and it will also allow us to give a grading to vote your interventions, because there will be, of course, grading of your interventions, because at the end of the session we will be, let's say, electing who is the political group who has reached the most goals, strategic goals during these days, looking at the resolutions or at the GA, and so on. So there will be voting, and that's it. If you have any question, this is the moment, or we shall proceed to the presidency. No questions? Fine, then I'll leave the floor to Nicola Di Costanzo.
Okay, so good morning. I'm Nicola Di Costanzo, and I will have the honor to chair the first committee. Before starting, I want to introduce you member of MEP Italia board, Nada Beltagi, which will deliver a brief opening speech for our General Assembly.
Distinguished representatives of the European Parliament, the Committee of the Regions, dear delegates, chairs, and my esteemed colleagues on the board, who are first and foremost my friends. It is with great honor and deep gratitude that I welcome you all to this plenary session here in Brussels, at the very heart of the European institutions. First of all, I would like to extend a sincere thank you to the European Parliament and the Committee of the Regions for hosting us and granting their patronage to this event. Your hospitality and support mean a great deal to us and significantly elevate the importance of this occasion. Today's session holds a special significance for MEP Italia. The idea of organizing alumni sessions have been around for many years, but it has never materialized until now. That is why it is a particular honor for us to bring this vision to life here in Brussels. It is a testament to the dedication and commitment of everyone involved in making this session a reality. I would also like to take a moment to recognize the hard work of all the delegates who have come here from across Europe. Your dedication to debate, diplomacy, and the ideals of the European Union is truly inspiring. To the chairs, thank you for guiding this discussion with wisdom and impartiality. And to my fellow board members, thank you for your friendship, your tireless efforts, and your unwavering beliefs in this project. Without the presence of you all here, nothing would have been possible. Together, we are not only simulating the work of the European Parliament, we are embodying the spirit of European unity and democracy. Let us make the most of this opportunity to exchange ideas, challenge each other, and learn from one another. I am confident that this session will leave a lasting impact on all of us and serve as a foundation for future alumni gatherings. Thank you once again, and I look forward to a fruitful and engaging session. Now, I hereby officially declare the International MEP Alumni Session in Brussels opened.
Okay, so thank you, Nada, for your beautiful words. I will now state the order of the committees for this morning, which is committee number 3, then number 6, and number 1. So we will start now with the committee number 3, Inge. So please may I ask the members of the committee, Envy, sorry, to come forward and take your seat in the first line. Okay, so I will ask the committee not to leave seats, empty seats in the first rows, please. Okay, so we will now start with the third committee, Envy. No textual changes have been submitted to the presidency, but several amendments have been submitted, of which only 3 have been accepted. The first amendment regards the cancellation of clause number 1. I will now ask the first sponsor, Lina Bjorksten, to come and deliver a brief speech regarding her amendment.
Thank you for the floor. Madam and Mr. Mrs.
Okay, may I ask the delegate to stand up?
Oh, of
Thank
course. Okay. Honorable Presidency, esteemed member of the Model European Parliament, and distinguished guests. Today I stand here before you to express my strong opposition of the first OC of this committee's work. The attachment which proposed to attach sensors, RFID smart tags to all products or raw materials. I have 5 points on why we should delete this clause, and I would like the committee to answer to all these 5 points. First, this requirement proposes a serious threat to privacy. Since these sensors, it's not specified that they will be taken off when the product arrives to the consumer, meaning that not only the product but also the consumer will be tracked. Then second of all, it imposes a significant cost on companies, especially small and medium-sized enterprises, since, and now I refer to the wording of the clause, you have to attach both sensors, RFIDs, and smart tags, so 3 different devices to all products. This is an enormous cost. Then, as a delegate of the Greens, I would also want to highlight the environmental cost of this clause. Not only will it impact, it will be very costly and difficult to produce all these sensors, but also I want to look at what happens after the product comes to the consumer. How will these sensors be recycled and reused? Also, these smart tags will need recycling efforts, and if not, they will end on landfill waste. So therefore, I propose that we delete this clause. Thank you.
Thank you. May I now ask a member of the committee to deliver a speech against the amendment? Delegate Verhellewengen may have the floor. The delegate may remain seated.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Mr. President, of course. Honorable Presidency, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and whoever identifies otherwise. I want to thank the delegate of Finland for the amendment, but I have little things to say. I have the impression that the delegate didn't really read our resolution. First of all, privacy. You said that our OC doesn't specify on what chain this smart text and those RFID are going to be attached. But how about you read IC number 1, the one that the OC is attached to. The IC states that it's only on the supply chain. The supply chain stops exactly there when the textiles enter the selling building. So there will be no privacy policy that is not being there, that is being blended. First, second of all, the small and medium-sized companies will not be in disadvantage, and the small tax will be on packages and not on all products. The packages, the small text and the RFID will be taken away and reused. Why? Because your last point was the environment. Biodegradable RFID already exists. Bio-based polymers and recycled materials are used for them. For example, battery and energy from energy harvesting technology, offering a more sustainable alternative. Solar-powered tags can harness energy from ambient light, for example, and thus be sustainable. We want to monitor, collect, and analyze data for efficient resource management and, in the end, reduce the waste. There will be no issue with environment, no issue with privacy policy, and yes, I urge everyone to read the IC regarding this OC and see that this OC is crucial for the resolution, especially for optimizing the supply chain, analyzing, collecting data, and in the end, contributing to a better sustainable world. Thank you.
Thank you. May I ask the delegate to state his name and political group, please?
Tristan Verheilwegen from Germany, from the EPP.
Thank you. I remind to the GA to address the presidency before speaking. We will now proceed with an open vote by a show of hands. Please note that you cannot abstain, so those in favor may raise their hands. Those against the amendment. The amendment is accepted, so please take note of the cancellation of clause number 1, OC number 1. We can move on to the second amendment accepted by the presidency, which regards the cancellation of OC number 20. May I now ask the delegate Andreas Zehe to deliver a speech in favor of the amendment.
Thank you for the floor. Honorable Presidency, members of this Assembly, guests, ladies and gentlemen, and whoever may identify otherwise. Standing up? Right. And whoever may identify otherwise. I'm here as a representative of the ECR party, giving a speech on why we should delete this clause. Because this clause is about partnerships, collaborations with social media, making it so that the first thing that appears when we open them are campaigns on sustainability. Decided basically between the EU, I am assuming, because it wasn't specified, and the social media platforms. There are three main points against this that I would like to bring to your attention. First of all, market decisions will be gravely influenced by this policy. And the game of competition and the integrity of free markets is in fundamental danger. Because by being able to influence the first thing that we see when we open social media, we are obligating people to look at it. We are not even giving the choice to the people to skip that argument. Second point, we are not doing anything against foreign interference. In fact, we are favoring it because we are giving social media the power to influence our thoughts on a European Union level. It's the same mechanism that brought to the UK elections and Brexit. And third point, it's different from paid sponsorships because we are spreading the message that it is okay to do aggressive propaganda. The first things that we see is their message, what they want us to see in their collaborations. There is no choice, no preference to give to the algorithm, no control. Today, General Assembly, they might be campaigning for sustainability. Tomorrow, it might be a war. Let's vote to eliminate this clause. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now ask a member of the committee to deliver a speech against the amendment. Delegate Gonzalez, you may have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Dear delegates, dear Assembly, I wanted to begin with my speech about this amendment by saying that it's not the first time that the European Union and European institutions collaborate with social media in order to do awareness campaigns. We are not trying to influence commercial or market decisions. We are trying to promote and make our citizens of our countries aware about circular economy, its benefits, and how it can positively impact our lives and our markets. About the aggressive propaganda argument that was proposed by the amendment, we are not trying to do an aggressive propaganda. It's just collaborating with social media because the main consumers, like nearly 60% of the consumers of the textile industry in our countries, are from the group of age between 25 and 34 years old. And that we find that this is like the correct way to appeal towards them and make them conscious about the benefits of circular economy and the benefits of circular economy specifically in textile industry, which is our the topic we are talking about. So I understand the claim that decisions might be influenced, but we are not trying to force anyone to buy anything. We're just promoting a sustainable economic system in textile industry, and we don't understand how this can be not positive for the European Union, its citizens, or the market. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with an open vote by show of hands. I remind you, you cannot abstain. So those in favor? Those against the amendment? The amendment is rejected. The next amendment regards the substitution of clause number 7 with the following text. Further invites member states to raise taxation for textile brands that decide to have their production phase outside of European territory. I now invite the delegate Belén Carla Merino Pasos to deliver a speech in favor of her amendment.
Dear delegates, presidency, fellow delegates, committee presidents, teams, guests, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone who may identify otherwise. While we really appreciate the spirit of clause 7, to really invite enterprises to come back, we really think that this is not the way. There's 3 main problems, and the first one is While intervention of the free market is sometimes always a heated topic, it is always done to benefit those with less capabilities. And however, this measure only benefits those companies who can have the resources to go and come back, which are extremely big corporations. It is an elitist measure that doesn't really benefit the whole industry or economy. It also has the problem that they could just go for a bit. You're a big enterprise in Europe, you have your protection here, you can go for a bit, you stay outside a year, 2 years, and then you come back. And while in reality anything has happened, they will need to lower your taxes. It is not well thought. And to end, they are in the whole resolution talking about how to reduce and stop the overconsumption, the pollution of the textile industry, but at the same time they are lowering taxes, they are dynamizing the industry so that they will just make that people buy more and they pollute more. We are trying to raise the section to those enterprises that don't bring jobs to the EU and still want to benefit from our market. And we think that while raising the taxes of those who produce outside, we are keeping the spirit of inducing those enterprises to come back. Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Belén Carla Merino Pazos from Delegation of Spain, Renew Europe, and the second committee, Inge, sorry.
Thank you. I remind the GA to introduce yourself before the intervention. I'll now ask a member of the committee to deliver a speech against the amendment, so please raise your blankers. Delegate Trombini, you may have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I'm Luca Trombini, delegate of the Patriots for Europe for the committee ENVI. Honorable Presidency, chairs, and ladies and gentlemen, and whoever may identify themselves otherwise. I thank the delegate for the proposal to revise this clause, but we think that the current formulation is right. We don't want to raise taxation on enterprises. We want to facilitate fiscal policy for textile brands that bring back production phase in the EU. We think that this is the right way to act because taxing would just raise the cost for consumers inside the European Union, and we are living a cost of living crisis, and it's not the right way. Raising taxes is not the approach we decided to take. Further on the suggestion that enterprises would just move outside and then after 1 year bring back their production in the EU, we are inviting member states to elaborate a fiscal policy. We're not imposing a fiscal policy already, so we will obviously encourage member states to craft legislation in order to avoid this kind of practices. I urge the Assembly to reject the proposed amendment. Thank you for the floor, Mr. President.
Thank you. We will now proceed with an open vote by a show of hands. I remind you, you cannot abstain. So those in favor of the amendment? Those against the amendment? The amendment has been rejected. I now invite a delegate from the committee to deliver an opening speech. The delegate Pratesi may have the floor. May I ask the delegate to turn on the microphone?
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Good morning, Honourable President, fellow delegates, and whoever identifies themselves otherwise. I'm Martina Pratesi, DCR, delegate of the ENVI Committee. The open market has seen an enormous increase over the past few years, and the committee's objective is to promote sustainability in the textile industry, stipulating proposals to ensure transparency in the process of creation and distribution, as well as in circular economy and fundamental workers' rights. The committee focused on achieving ambitious yet realistic goals, considering all consequences and the causes of fast fashion. The entire process of production, combined with the distribution and selling side, clearly lacks a common tracking system, available to all institutions, companies and enterprises that guarantees union and cooperation between member states. Aligning with EU policies and latest approvals of the Directive 2024-1760 and the Regulation 2024-178, the debate didn't regret traceability and circularity of the textile process, acknowledging the relevance of adaptation of supply chain techniques. For instance, the committee centered part of its resolution on the extension of the digital product passport on the textile industry, basing the debate on European Parliamentary Research Service propositions. To promote transparency and cooperation, several funds have been allocated in support of small and medium-sized enterprises for reaching goals and balancing their production with sustainable objectives, fostering single market and manufacturing in a European field. Part of the sustainable objectives, in our opinion, must be reached through accurate scientific research and investment in development of alternative fabrics and dyeing methods. Indeed, about 8% of European microplastics released to oceans are from synthetic textiles, and between 200,000 and 500,000 tons of microplastics from textiles enter the global marine environment each year. Consequently, we suggest the assignment of part of European funds to rich companies as well as universities to stimulate more interactive ways to study, yet not interfering directly in the member states' academic institutions. The ENVI Committee proposes resolutions that implicate a cooperative and common policy between member states, but consider guaranteeing their independence to be of particular relevance, especially in fiscal policy and the legal framework. The latter, in desire to align domestic and community law, has been subject of an attentive analysis of the latest member states' legislations, such as the Law 2020-105 and the proposition of Law 2024-2129 made by the French Parliament. Concerning working conditions in the textile sector, the committee considered the proposal of bilateral agreements the most effective solutions, both on short and long term, as well as raising awareness on the topic, educating the citizens to the reality of fast fashion and its consequences on the environmental and social sector. In conclusion, the committee believes in moderate and realistic solutions that align with the latest EU proposals, guaranteeing immediate and effective results. Thank you for the floor, Mr. President.
Thank you. I will now open the floor for intervention on the whole resolution. So the open debate is open. Please raise your blank cards. The delegate Ariano may have the floor.
Good morning. I am Beatrice Ariano from the Commission number 5, and I'm of the S&D political group. I have a question. Can you? Okay. I have a question. Have you thought of a concrete solution for people who feed fast fashion because it's cheap? Because I think that the solution of used or vintage clothes is no longer a solution, a concrete solution, because now even the price of these clothes has risen. So I'd like to understand your position about it. Thank you.
May I ask the delegate to state the number of the OC she's talking about?
Okay, I haven't a specific clause. This is an intervention against the entire resolution.
So the floor is opened for the all OCs. I ask the delegate to raise your blank cards. Delegate Armenti may have the floor.
Thank you, President, for the floor. I'm Armenti Luigi Andrea from Italy for the left party of the Committee 2. I want to put attention on the OC number 26, and I want to say that it's incorrect OC because the role of European Central Bank is inappropriate because the ECB doesn't have a direct role in creating or overseeing sustainability reports for business. So it would be more appropriate to assign this task to European body focused to provide on sustainability team. Also, I think that this OC doesn't take care about the SME, so the small business. They don't think about that the small business could not be able to read a balance because it can be with excessive administrative cost. So especially the smaller one will be penalized with this OC. And finally, I have to say that this OC is unclear about the final purpose of this sustainability report. So finally, I think that this OC is incorrect for the European Central Bank, for the member which they identified for do that, and I think it's unclear about how they are going to apply some sustainability reports. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. The committee under examination has now the right to reply, so please raise your bell cards. The delegate Venancio Pires has the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. And I'm Elena Venancio Pires from SND and, of course, ENVI Committee. So I would first, Honorable Presidency, fellow delegates, ladies, gentlemen, and whoever identifies themselves otherwise, I would thank my dear colleagues for the problems they pointed out, and I would like to point out how our Commission worked and made a long and profound research to find solutions to these problems and propositions. First of all, when we talk about cheap fast fashion, so the part of people that cannot afford, of course, high prices for biodegradable or green clothing products. We have, I would like to take attention to OC number 21 and OC number 23. The 23 focusing on a reward system and considering that companies can make it easier and cheaper for people to buy green clothing. And for what concerns OC21, we also draw attention to vintage clothing stores and second-hand stores, fully aware of the fact that nowadays they are not as cheap as they are, and also helping with awareness campaigns. Of course, the demand will increase, and we'll have more of these types of shops around Europe, and of course, the price will lower with the time. For what concerns the OC26, I would like to take the attention for the fact that we super consider small and medium enterprises, and the OC focuses on them because there are already asked reports from the European Central Bank only for bigger enterprises companies, and also extending this to SMEs, we will have a sustainability report that is not already asked, first of all, and I would like you to focus on the word simplified template, and that's what our OC was about. So to make it simplified both for bigger and smaller companies to do this sustainability report. I would like to thank you for the attention.
Thank you. The debate is now open for intervention on the whole resolution. The delegate Daniels has the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would like to call the attention of the GA on OC number 23 that was mentioned in the defense earlier, where they said that the loyalty reward program is going to help people with less resources to afford green clothing. I have to say I do not agree with this because, as you can read in the OC, the reward program works through an app. And as we all know, digital literacy is not something that everyone has, and people with lower resources also often do not have this as much. So this app already forms a big barrier for them to get these rewards. Secondly, on the third subclause, it is stated that the collaborating companies can decide for themselves what rewards they want to give. And I think this will result in the reward program not really working because companies are not very likely to give a lot if it means they make less profit. And I also think companies who sell more expensive products will be more likely to give more benefits because they can afford it. But these are the companies, exactly the companies people with lower resources cannot afford to buy with or without the reward. So in this sense, they will also be discriminated against because the companies they can afford will be giving less benefits. So in conclusion, what I'm saying is OC23 is really not sufficient to help people with lower resources to afford green clothing. And as this is the case, I don't think the OC appropriately covers the problems people with lower resources have to afford green fashion. Thank you.
Thank you. Another intervention is welcome. Please raise your blank card. The delegate Di Cristofaro has the floor.
Thank you for the floor, dear Presidency. I'm Greta Di Cristofaro from ECR Group for INGE Committee from Italy. I would like to bring the attention of the entire Assembly on the clause number 24 that talks about supporting the Green Claims Directive. Regarding this directive, we could argue that while combating greenwashing is, of course, important, fundamental, but the directive should not overburden businesses, especially small and medium-sized enterprises, with costly compliance measurements, such as mandatory third-party verification or, for example, labeling requirements. Moreover, it has to be said that the Green Claims Directive should carefully balance environmental goals with the need to maintain the EU's economic competitiveness, especially in industries where eco-friendly practices may be more difficult or costly to implement. Thank you.
Thank you. We will accept another intervention from the GA. Delegate Melita Franchini has the floor.
Thank for the floor, Presidency. I'm Gaia Melita Franchina from European People Party, Commission 1. So, in the first clauses, you talk about potting sensor radio frequency identification or smart tags to products or raw materials to track the physical location, but how it could be a sustainable solution, especially because radio frequency identifiers are defined recently as electronic waste by European Union legislation, and also taking in consideration the current increase in the price of non-ferrous raw materials. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to remark that clause number 1 has been deleted during the amendment part of the examination of the committee, so please do not take into consideration this intervention. The committee under examination has now the right to reply. Delegate Mazzaski has the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. My name is Anna Mazzaski, and I'm the delegate of the Renew Europe political group and of the Committee 3, ENVI. Honorable Presidency, fellow delegates, ladies, gentlemen, and whoever identifies themselves otherwise, I would like to thank my fellow delegates for the observations regarding our resolution. Replying to the first one concerning the clause 23, it's the marketing creates customer loyalty, enhanced visibility and reputation. So it's a positive way in which companies can take advantage of this method in order to promote a more responsible way of consuming. Moreover, the main consumers are age 24 to 35, more or less, so they're young and they are able to use an app. There's no need to live in the past to not offend other people. Also, this encourages circular economy and the use of the eco-label. Regarding the second intervention about clause 24, the Green Claim Directive proposal sets minimum requirements on the subsidization and communication of voluntary environmental claims and environmental labeling and B2C commercial practices. The Article 4 sets requirements for comparative claims, for example, claims that state or imply that a product or trader has less or more environmental impact or performs better or worse regarding environmental aspects that they are products or traders. And there is an ex-ante verification carried out by independent accredited bodies, which will facilitate and support the enforcement of the proposal requirements without putting excessive strains on the competent authorities' resources. I thank you for the floor.
Thank you. The floor is open now for other interventions. Delegate Panisi, you may have the floor.
Honorable Presidency, fellow delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and anyone who may identify themselves otherwise, I am Francesca Panisi from the First Committee and the Greens. And while I asked all of the delegates to look at the second OC, and while I think that the digital product passport and other digital tags are a nice example of what could be done, I also think that the small industries may not have the financial support to introduce all of these digital products. So I think that we, as the European Union, could also finance support to the small industries, which is not written in the OC specifically, and I ask the committee to answer to this problem. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. We will accept another intervention on the resolution. Delegate Silvestrini, you may have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I'm Elena Silvestrini, delegate of the European People's Party and for the committee number 4 FEM. So I would like to bring the attention of the Assembly on the operative clause number 11. The proposal to encourage the adaptation of specific technologies such as 3D printing technologies in the textile industry and to promote the use of sustainable materials, although shared in the principles, could be too prescriptive. A push toward techniques that are not yet fully developed or with a high cost could create economic and operational difficulties, especially for small and medium-sized enterprises. It will be necessary instead to invest in programs advocated to research new forms of sustainable technologies, as for example Horizon Europe, so that enterprises could feel more secure in investments and will be more stimulated to sustainable and green policies. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. The Presidency will accept one last intervention on the resolution. Delegate Baranzano, you may have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I'm Linda Baranzano from Italian delegation of European People's Party for CREAM Committee. I would like the General Assembly focuses on 19 OCs. Why haven't you thought of promoting a school sensibilization program? I mean, together the social media one that is for youngest people, but not only. Thank you.
Thank you. The committee under examination has now the right to reply. I invite the whole committee to take part into the debate. Delegate Miraglia, you may have the floor.
Dear Presidency, thanks for the floor. I'm Emily Miraglia, delegate from European People Party from ENVI. In response to the first and second intervention, we want to pay attention to the other clause of our clause, in particular the 5.1, where we create a fund to let the small and medium enterprise afford the cost of what we propose in clause number 2 and 11. And in our resolution, we take into account that for the small and medium enterprise, it would not be easy to afford the cost. For that reason, we stand a lot of fund for them. And to the last intervention, we want to say that we don't want to make the awareness campaign in the school. We want to just let possible by social and mass media in general to know the importance of this the circular economy and in general these themes. So thanks for the floor.
Thank you. The debate is now closed. We'll move on to the speeches. Therefore, I invite one delegate to come and deliver a speech against the resolution. Delegate Marchetti, you may have the floor.
Honorable Presidency, fellow delegates, committee presidents, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone who may identify otherwise. I'm Daniela Marchetti from S&D Group, Committee Number 2, Italy. I found myself speaking today with great seriousness and concern about this resolution before us. It is not a proposal that lacks ambition or good intentions, and I recognize that. But it's precisely its excess vagueness, structural incoherence, and lack of attention to detail that make it dangerous for our economy and ineffective in addressing the challenges we seek to resolve. Let me start with the fundamental point. The premises of this resolution are not followed by coherent and concrete solutions. There is talk, for example, of the importance of international standards and transparency in the supply chain, as mentioned in point A. But where, I wonder, is the proposal to actually help us build these standards? Where is the mechanism to ensure uniform implementation through the European market and, above all, in the global market, where are our companies complete? The resolution resoundingly fails to provide answers to these essential questions. But first of all, nothing is said about workers and their rights. And as a delegate of the S&D Group, I find it absurd that the issues of child labor in the textile industry or the low wages of the workers have not been addressed. Topics that are crucial for embracing the climate and energy transition. And if we talk about a vague solution, we must necessarily mention the introduction of blockchains. Now, blockchains is a technology with immense potential. Nobody denies that. But it's not enough to mention it as a magic term and expect it to solve it, the structural problem of the traceability and transparency. How will this technology and the infrastructure be financed? Which companies will be able to afford it? Where are the guarantees to prevent it become an unsustainable cost? The resolution is silent on all of this. It almost seems as if technology is only mentioned to add a touch of modernity without any real understanding of the technical and financial challenges involved. Furthermore, I invite you to carefully consider the issue of greenwashing. We all agree that it must be vigorously opposed, but this resolution is limited to a blunt support for the Green Claims Directive. This is not enough. We cannot tackle the problem of greenwashing with existing non-binding directives alone. We need concrete measures, and we need them right now. Where are the sanctions? Where are the controls? Without them, these are just words and empty words. Colleagues, we cannot afford such a weak, incoherent, and unworkable resolution. Yes, it is right to improve sustainability and transparency in the textile supply chain. Yes, it is necessary to fight fast fashion and the environmental impact of the industry.
Ask the delegate to come to conclusion.
But we must do it with a precise and realistic strategy. I urge you to think carefully before supporting this resolution. We cannot afford to waste time and energy on ineffective proposals. We must go back to the table, review our priorities, and work on a solution that really works, both for our businesses and for the environment. I thank the Presidency for the floor granted to me.
Thank you. I will now invite a member of the committee to deliver a final speech that will take into account the debate just held. The delegate Ansaloni may have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Honorable Presidency, fellow delegates, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone who may identify themselves otherwise. I am Greta Ansaloni, the Italian delegate from the ENVI Committee for the European People's Party. On the basis of what my colleague just outlined, the superficiality that leads her lecture is evident, as the aim of the committee was to cover every part of the issue, from the supply chain to the waste collection, including the awareness of the consumer. We believe that transparency is the key to renew the sector, as we stated on OC numbers 15 and 16. And to obtain that, it is necessary to monitor the already existing instruments, such as DPP and Ecolabel, and also insert new control systems which can reduce bureaucracy, but still guarantee consumers' trust on the products. Regarding the social conditions of workforce, we exactly addressed this on OC number 7 and number 8 with bilateral agreements with nations that now have the production phase of the industries, and we try to find a political way to invite industries to bring that phase back in the European territory where the European legislations can be applied. As for the blockchains, we actually search for green blockchains, green system that can be used. And for funding this, we actually have created a fund, a Kama Funds, because the choice of creating these new funds was delivered by the need of proper use of the same, and to have specific requirements to access that leave no space for misleading use of European money and effectively helps the entities that requests for it. For the greenwashing, actually the green claims is the last directive that the European Union has accepted on this topic. It still needs to be approved, like the process is still not finished, so we just need to leave time for the directive to enter in action. We cannot do reflections on this. And also the EPR system was addressed on the topic of greenwashing. The committee has worked harmoniously, exhaustively in a cooperative environment where everyone was left its space to explain their position. The ultimate line pursued by the committee is to concretely act on the reduction of the footprint of textile industry, but still keeping in mind the high competitiveness of the market, and we limited the intervention by governments in order to leave freedom of initiative to businesses and enterprises. In view of the above, the ENVI Committee has brought concrete solutions to an issue that seemed to be already too much spread, but whom, with the right instruments that the resolution is offering, can be eradicated. At the point that the fashion industry can be finally defined not more as the responsible of the 10% of global carbon emissions, but as a state-of-art productive sector to be proud of. Thank you for the floor, Mr. President.
Thank you. I will now ask the committee to come back to their seats and gather with their political groups. As fast as possible, please.
for against.
Or just okay. So, order to the GA, please. Take your seats.
So we will vote by political group, and you will ask one member of the political group to state in favor against.
Order, please. Could I ask delegate to take their seats? Thank you. I will now ask one member for each political group to state their votes in the following order. Please listen carefully. In favor, against, abstention, absence.
So we will start from the left.
We will start from the left group. May I ask a member of the left to state their votes?
The left party has voted 3 in favor and 1 against. No, 3 against and 1 in favor. Sorry.
A member of S&D.
The S&D group has voted with 1 in favor and 11 against, 0 abstentions.
The Greens.
The Green votes as follows: 5 against, 0 in favor, and 0 abstains.
Renew Europe.
Renew Europe votes as follows: 5 against, 2 in favor, and 0 abstentions.
The European People's Party.
European People's Party votes as follows: 15 in favor, 1 against.
ECR.
The ECR votes 6 against, 1 in favor, and 0 abstentions.
And Patriots for Europe.
Patriots for Europe has voted as follows: 5 in favor, 3 against, and 0 abstained.
Could I ask Patriots for Europe to repeat their vote, please?
Yeah, sure. 5 in favor, 3 against, 0 abstained.
Thank you. I'll ask for the opinion of the committee presidents.
The committee presidents are in favor of the resolution.
Thank you. So with 25 votes in favor, 34 against, and 3 abstention, and despite the opinion in favor of the committee president, the resolution has not passed. Clapping is not in order. We will now move on with the examination of the sixth committee, CREAM. I will call the table of presidency as vice presidents Bleta and Turci, as Jest, Calandra and De Graaf, and Tuccillo as the president. And I ask the committee to come forward in the first line.
Distinguished guests, honorable delegates and committee presidents, dear participants of the Model European Parliament, my name is Tara Tasic and I will be your president for the following session. Now we're going to continue with the sixth committee, being CRIM. So we'll kick off with amendments. Several amendments have been submitted to the presidency, of which 3 have been accepted. The first amendment requests the deletion of the clause 19 completely. So I invite Abal Martinez, delegate from Spain, to give his speech regarding the amendment.
So thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Honorable Presidency, Excellencies, members of the Model European Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Anton Abal Martinez from the European People's Party and in represent of the FEM committee. After reading CRIM resolution wisely, I found what I think might be a confusive OC. Taking into account, OC number 19 talks about extending jurisdiction of member states over corruption acts committed outside the territory. I believe this proposal should be deleted, basing my opinion on 2 main points. The first one is that this OC goes against the international judicial competences of each country, what would lead to conflicts within the judicial systems of the members countries in certain situations, creating more problems than solutions. The second issue is the actual existence of treaties between the EU members, being one of the most important one, the European Arrest Warrant. I have already taken into account that some of these treaties might have many years, but if they have not been changed, it's because they function in the correct way and there is no need to change them. We cannot go over international law in the way this OC proposed. It is for this issue that I ask the delegates of this session to vote in favor of deleting this OC. Thank you for the floor. Anton Abal from the EPP in representation of FEM committee.
Thank you, delegate. Now I will ask a member of the committee under examination to give a brief speech regarding the proposed amendment. Delegate Leal Laino, you have the floor.
Good morning. Thank you for the floor, Madam President, honorable members, distinguished guests, and also everyone who would identify otherwise. My name is Julio Leal. I am the delegate of the EPP representing Spain for the CRIM committee. And first of all, I would like to remember the delegate and first of all thank the delegate for his amendment, as it gives us a space to explain this, further explain this OC. First of all, we need to know in which position we are. We are members of European Parliament who are writing a resolution that's going to translate into maybe a directive, which will be translated into national laws. Obviously, every European member state complies with international law and with the basic principles of diplomacy. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. The European Union actually wouldn't exist. And then, therefore, the extreme cases of international conflict that could appear and that the delegates refers to would be actually very, very, very improbable. And now, I would like to convince, to persuade the whole assembly of the need of this OC. It's essential from our point of view. And the main aim of this OC is to harmonize the laws in the European Union. and in order to make criminal transferring easy. In fact, the treaties mentioned by the delegates is the European arrest warrant that's regulated by the Council Framework 2002-584-JHHA, which regulates, in fact, these transfers of criminals. But there are three exceptions. If three cases in which a member state it's in its capacity to not to transfer the criminal to the member state who asks for it, for him or for her. If this criminal is a minor, if that crime is pardoned in the country, or if it has already been judged. It's based in the law principle of ne bis in idem. A criminal can never be judged twice for the same crime. And then, if we take into account the differences in
Delegate,
penalties...
please come to conclusion.
Yeah, the differences in penalties between the different member states, and also the freedom of movement in the Schengen space, as one criminal can move to one country to another to be at ease, then we can conclude that it's necessary to have the same crimes recognized. For example, you are a member, you are a representative of the EPP of Spain. You may know the case of the politician Puigdemont. We want him back to Spain, but in fact, because of Belgian legislation, which doesn't recognize the same crime sentences as the Spanish one, he cannot be transferred to Spain. Therefore, we think that this OC is necessary, is essential, and those cases of extreme exceptionality wouldn't appear. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you, Delegate. We will now proceed with an open vote by a show of hands. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All those against? Okay. This amendment is accepted. I remind the entire Assembly that the debate must take into account this modification. It's about... So, OC number 19 is completely striked. Now we will move on with another amendment. Next amendment is... Next amendment proposes to delete clause number 3 completely, and it's proposed by Delegate Francesca Panisi from Italy. So I invite the primary signatory to give a brief speech in favor of their amendment.
Honorable Presidency, fellow delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and anyone who might identify themselves otherwise, I am Francesca Panisi from the Greens and the First Committee, and I rise today to speak in favor of the amendment calling for the cancellation of the proposal to establish a new dedicated EU cybercrime agency. I firmly believe that the creation of yet another EU agency is unnecessary and inefficient. The European Union already has a robust and well-established body in place, the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity, the ENISA, under the Cybersecurity Act of 2019, under the regulation accepted by the European Parliament and the European Council number 881, and it has been proved to be effective in its focus on cyber terrorism as well. So it is already well equipped with experts in the cybersecurity domains and is efficient in handling the growing cyber threats. So by proposing a new agency, we risk duplicating the efforts of ENISA and other European agencies, so it's useless, and it will lead to fragmentation and confusion, and also in bureaucratic inefficiencies. So rather, we should empower what we already have, and also these agencies, as well with others, have been tasked specifically to help European member states and the European Union to prepare for the emerging cyber threats. So, colleagues, the Greens as a party has always been committed to efficient governance, and we must focus on empowering what we already have instead of wasting European resources. So I firmly ask colleagues to cancel this amendment, please. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you, Delegate. Now I ask a member of the committee under examination to give a brief speech regarding the proposed amendment. Delegate Ingino, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, for the floor. So, in regards to the amendment that has been proposed to be cancelled, during our committee meeting, we did notice and we took in account that such group already exists in 2019, but we do need to harmonize among the countries a sub-office that could help to harmonize and make all countries and member states to be on the same path against organized crime. So our amendment, our OCs, does not focus on creating a new organization or authority, but only to amplify the role of the organization that already exists and took place. So just to enforce what already has been written and put down in 2019. Thank you, Madam President, for the floor.
Thank you, Delegate. We will now proceed with an open vote by a show of hands. So all those in favor of this amendment, please raise your hands. All those against? This amendment passes. Now we will move on to the third amendment accepted by the Presidency. Third amendment proposes the deletion of clause 17 completely, and it is proposed by Alessandra Barbieri, delegate from Italy. You have the floor.
Honorable Presidency, Excellencies, members of the MEP, distinguished guests, ladies, gentlemen, and those who may identify themselves otherwise. I'm Alessandra Barbieri from the ACR Group for Committee Number 4, FEM. I propose this amendment on OC number 4 for deleting it. In this clause, the committee invites the member states to share their cross-border tax ruling with the purpose to contrast corruption. As we all know, two of the fundamental agreements in EU are free trade and Schengen's one. Those treaties led to the abolition of internal borders in the EU territory. And for this reason, we think that asking member states to share their cross-border tax ruling would result unuseful and unhelpful to solve the issue of this macro area. We are conscious that corruption is a very actual problem that EU must solve in short times because it causes a lot of damages, especially to the economy. For these reasons, we suggest that it would have been more helpful to finance the increment of controls by entrusting this task to the member states to strengthen national sovereignty. Thank you for the floor, Mrs. President.
Thank you, Delegate. Now I ask a member of the committee under examination to give a brief speech regarding the proposed amendment. Delegate Benedictus, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, for the floor. I am Jiske Benedictus, S&D delegate for the committee CRIM. Thank you to my fellow delegate for proposing this amendment. However, we do not believe this clause should be deleted. Organized crime is really the main focus of organized crime, and our proposal is to combat this problem in collaboration. So although I understand your point about national sovereignty, we have found that this is not adequate to combat organized crime, and a really EU-wide approach is necessary, and this is what this clause would imply. Furthermore, one of the most important incentives for organized crime are financial incentives, and this is why we believe financial transparency is super important, and this is what we're reaching with this OC. So we want to create an EU-wide standard for financial transparency. We believe that this is the best way to effectively follow the money and therefore uncover these organizations and fight organized crime. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you, Delegate. We will now proceed with an open vote by a show of hands. All those in favor of this amendment, please raise your hand. All those against? This amendment doesn't pass. I remind the entire Assembly that the debate must take into account this modification. Now I invite a delegate from the committee under examination to give an opening speech. Delegate Savio, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Honorable Presidency, distinguished delegates, guests, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone who may identify themselves otherwise. I am Francesca Savio from Patriots for Europe for the CRIM Committee. As members of this committee, our aim is clear. We must do something to harmonize the response against the serious threats of transnational organized crime on European soil. Sometimes people mistakenly regard this issue as something that does not concern our everyday life. But this is an omnipresent danger that threatens our shared values and jeopardizes our freedom. Our area of concern is as wide as it is critical, from drug trafficking and cybersecurity to corruption and money laundering. These activities undermine more and more every day our safety as European citizens. Each year, 75 million people across Europe are victims of various criminal attacks. These cannot be just considered as numbers. These are real people whose life gets shattered to pursue power and richness. We sadly have to admit that despite progress have been made recently, for instance with Impact Initiative, we cannot afford to be superficial. Fragmented judicial systems create further ground for criminals to proliferate their activities. This division within our border weakens us. We need to adopt a unified action that goes beyond borders, leaving no room for criminals to hide. We were fully invested in the debate. Our resolution focuses on the most urgent and important measures that need to be taken. Enhancing cooperation between member states, addressing the threat of transnational crime, and fighting corruption on European soil. Organized crime is an evolving system which adapts to new technological and social realities, and our response must be just as effective. What are we going to tell our citizens when they come asking for our help? We have the duty to restore faith in European institutions and keep our promise to provide justice and security for all. As we move forward, I encourage us to reflect on something. Is this really the Europe we worked so hard to achieve? This is not just about laws and procedures. It is about protecting the most vulnerable among us. Then let's be bold enough to ensure that Europe remains a space of freedom, security, and justice for all. Thank you for the floor, Madam President.
Thank you, Delegate. Now I open the debate, so interventions are welcome. Are there such on the floor? Delegate Sanso, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I'm Camilla Sansò from Committee 5, ITRE, and from EPP, so European People's Party. And I would like to pinpoint clause number 12 from the CRIM Committee, because while showing appreciation for this proposal, creating a unified set of criteria for transferring criminal proceedings may complicate existing legal frameworks in different member states. But most importantly, there are potential human rights implications regarding the detention of suspects until their transfer. Highlighting that the preserving of human rights should always be a priority, this proposal could lead to prolonged detention without trial, raising ethical and legal issues. Instead, what could be done is introducing strict safeguards to ensure that the rights of detained people are upheld throughout the transfer process. Thank you again for the floor.
Thank you for the speech. The intervention has identified the macro area of discussion, so now I accept the interventions only on macro area 2. Are there such on the floor? If not, we will move on with other macro areas, so all the interventions are welcome. Delegate Baraldi, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I'm Francesco Baraldi for PFE and the EFIT Commission, and I would like to draw attention to OC number 9. So why is this resolution ineffective? So firstly, the EU has already established institutions such as the EU Anti-Trafficking Coordinator and the European Agency for Fundamental Rights that includes this kind of victims. So we're talking about sexual exploitation victims. So creating this organism may lead to redundancy, and it would complicate coordination and diluting the existing efforts. Plus, the resources that will be allocated for this institution would be better spent in enhancing current programs, such as the Daphne program, that fight violence against women, children, but also sexual exploitation. So financing this program, for example, it is more likely to guarantee improved outcome. Then a member state have diverse legal frameworks and cultural contexts. So regarding prostitution and sexual exploitation, so one size fits all model may not effectively address the unique challenge that we are facing. So this is not the right way to address this problem. And to end, also fostering partnership between the existing organization and the local authorities could be more an effective strategy, because it would allow for resource sharing and comprehensive support without the complication of a new bureaucratic structure. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any other interventions on the floor regarding the whole resolution? Delegate Bousset, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I'm Alice Bousset for the S&D political group and for the committee number 5, ITRE. I just want to bring the attention of all the Assembly on the OC number 7 that proposed the creation of the radicalization and rehabilitation programs for people entangled in criminal networks. I think that criminal networks are not radical in belief, So for this reason, I do not think this program can be useful. I rather believe that it would be more appropriate to talk and propose something about rehabilitation as said by the committee, but above all about protection, since the fear of the consequences of the abandonment of a criminal group is predominant. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you, Delegate. The committee under examination now has the right to reply or defend. I ask the whole committee, Krim, to take part in defending. Delegate Gorgone, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Fellow delegates, I'd like to answer to your concerns point by point. Concerning clause 12, through you, Madam President, I suggest the fellow delegate to at least open a book of private international law, because clause 12 is based on prom 2, which is the basis of all private international law relationship, and so if prom 2 goes against international law, all private international regulation in criminal proceeding go against international law. So I think it satisfies itself. For what concern the problem relating to clause 9, it could be that there is redundancy, but this is created by the importance of the matter that we are regulating. And I wanted to specify on a point, the Daphne program is not a EU organism, which is what we are proposing, which is slightly different. The program is not an organism, and so our proposal aims to create a body made of people, not just money. For what concern clause 7, I think it is a matter of approach, like rehabilitation is for sure the first aim of the post-criminal action, but also radicalization is an important part, and as I'm a delegate from Italy, I think for the problem of mafia and criminal organization is still an important matter on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Further interventions from the Assembly are now welcome. Delegate Garbo, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I'm Giulia Garbo from the S&D Committee number 4. I would like to critically address Clause 5, which calls upon DG Just to strengthen Europol's efforts in combating cybercrime. The cybercrime evolves rapidly, and the problem is with the lack of specificity regarding the scope of updated technological equipment. Without precise definitions or benchmarks for the tools and technologies to be employed, there is a risk of inadequate solutions being deployed. Furthermore, the creation of detached offices for the European Cybercrime Center in every member state could lead to inefficiency without a well-coordinated strategy for resource sharing across the borders. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any other interventions on the floor? Delegate Siemon Sma, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I'd like to ask the committee what they do to address subversion of the rule of law by organized crime. For example, in multiple member states, lawyers have been under attack or killed by organized crime. Journalists have been attacked or killed by organized crime. And this is a very big problem. And in the resolution, I don't see anything specific to address that problem. So I would like to ask the committee what they do about that.
Thank you for the floor. One last intervention in this round. Are there such on the floor? Delegate Castellan, you have the floor.
Hi, dear President and MEPs members. I'm Francisco Castellan from Italy, Patriots for Europe and Commission number 5. I was just said about two things of this resolution. The first one is that it doesn't consider problems like immigration, for example, which is really related to crime, as we know. And the second is lack of attention in the prevention of the crime, rather than acting when the crime is committed. So that are my points, and I'm sad to not see a lot of things about that in the resolution. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you, Delegate. The committee under examination now has the right to defend. Delegate Laino, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Again, good morning. My name is Julian. I'm from the EPP from Spain. Let's go points by points. First of all, in the first intervention, the main claims were the lack of keeping up to date and also the lack of efficiency, that we are making the procedures more inefficient. So we can see in OC4A that the philosophy, in fact, it's applied to document fraud, but we can extend it to the other points of organized crime. We want to research, we want to keep up to date. And also in clause OC10, that's focused on research and also the coordination of research and the coordination of activities by the European Union. And that OC wants to prevent all these procedures to become inefficient, as the delegate claimed. Then the point proposed by the Dutch delegate that's related maybe to underreporting, the fear to report of journalists, for example. We have a clause specifically to protect whistleblowers and to prevent underreporting, and it's clause OC number 23. And about migration, there's a lot of OCs, there are several OCs treating migration, and we also focus, because we think that migration is a major problem, on the human rights points of view, for example, on OC 16. So we believe that all the points proposed by the delegates are covered in our resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Delegate. Now we'll enter the last round of interventions. So are there any interventions on the floor at this moment? Delegate Patumi, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I'm Claudia Patumi, Italian delegate for the Patriots for Europe in Commission for FEM. I would like to focus the attention of the Assembly on the clause number 19. As a representative of Patriots for Europe, I firmly oppose the extension of member states' jurisdiction to acts of corruption committed outside their borders. This proposal represents a dangerous overact of state power, undermining national sovereignty and local independence. Member states must retain the exclusive right to legislate and enforce their own anti-corruption laws within their borders without interference in foreign jurisdiction. This clause risks creating legal confusion, placing undue burdens on national judicial systems and weakening the principle of non-interference. Instead of expanding jurisdiction, we should focus on strengthening domestic measures that respect the rules of law within on our borders. Thank you for the floor.
Delegate, please be reminded that this clause was striked previously by amendments. Now we will move on with next intervention. Delegate Tripunovsky, you have the floor.
Thank you for the word, Madam President. I would like to ask the committee, since they have twice defined drug trafficking and drug crime as one of the main types of crime being performed in Europe, and especially organized crime, but I have mostly seen clauses concerning cyber crimes and some concerning sex trafficking, none concerning drug trafficking, which is still a big problem, especially in Eastern Europe. I would like to ask the committee, do they have some solutions planned for this? Because I think this is a weak point of the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. One last intervention is in order. Delegate Ruvolo, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I want to. I am Gianmarco Ruvolo. I'm the delegate from Italy in the Green European Free Alliance, and I'm from Commission 2 INGE. I want to talk about the operational clause number 5 and about what my colleagues said before. I completely agree, and I remember that each member state has already an office from the cybercrime, and adding another detached office of the European Cybercrime Center as the Commission proposed, it's an unnecessary and duplication of effort and resources. I remember also that we have some particularly important kind of center, like the one in the Estonian country, where the NATO Cooperative Cyber Defense Center of Excellence that leads and take the position as an instructor for all the other NATO members about cybersecurity. I remember that Estonia is also one of the most digital advanced states in the world and in the European Union. So I asked to the Commission why we have to spend some other resources, why we have to spend other time, other energy from the European, when in each member state there is such a kind of center, and we have some of the best ones in the world. Thank you for the floor, Madam President.
Thank you, Delegate. The committee under review now has the right to reply or defend. Delegate Grima, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor. I am Chiara Grima from the Green, Committee 6. First of all, I would like to thank the other delegates because we have now the opportunity to explain ourselves and the meaning of our resolution. I have to say that clause 19 has been already deleted, and for the regarding the organized crime and drug traffic, in the first hand, there are activities that are all under the umbrella of organized crime, as we have already underlined in clause 1 or 2 of our resolution. And for the last things, I have to say that having more offices is good, is not a negative, has not a negative effect for our purpose. We know the situation of the NATO and the organizations that are already existing in the UE members, but non the UE state members are into the NATO, for example, the Malta. So we want to follow the example of what is already exist and expand it in order to reach a certain level of harmonization and cooperation. Thanks for the floor.
Thank you, Delegate. The debate is now closed, so now we will proceed with the speeches. Therefore, I invite the delegate to give a speech against the position of the committee under review. Delegates, we highly encourage you to give a speech under Delegate Zeche, you have the floor for the speech against.
Honourable Presidency, Excellencies, Member of the Model European Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies, gentlemen, and whoever may identify themselves otherwise. I'm Andreas Stehe from the European Conservatives and Reformists and Commission number 1. I stand before you here today to underline the problems that Commission number 6 resolution has. I stand here to urge you to vote against it. Why? For two main reasons. First of all, it is an extremely generic and redundant proposal. And second of all, it does not really tackle push factors of organized crime, and it is greatly inefficient. So, to point number 1, we already had a very good discussion about redundant clauses that the Commission presented to our attention. But let's dive further inside of it. let's address how the only answers to the attacks were, we know it is redundant, but the topic is important, therefore we have to act on it by putting another office that does the same thing in the same way. This is not a feasible solution. We already underlined how it would be much better to come here with proactive proposals. How it would be much better to have the member states themselves regulate and have a great deal of power on how to mitigate organized crimes. So that's to the first point. They basically created other European agencies without focusing on actually empowering member states with the capabilities of going there on the field and contrasting organized crime. Now, to the great ineffectiveness of this resolution. I stand before you here today, and I want to tell you that advocating for a change, using pretty words, does not solve issues. What we need to do here today is actively emphasize the push factors, and they failed to identify those. They failed to identify push factors and how to act on them. So, members of the General Assembly, Presidency, Honorable Presidency, please, I urge you, if we want to make a real change, we need to go back to the drawing table and design a new resolution. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you, Delegate. Now I invite a member of the committee under review to give a closing speech that makes into account the debate held. Delegate Rivetti, you have the floor.
Good morning, Madam President, fellow delegates and distinguished guests. Thank you for the floor. As all of you could hear, the debate on our resolution was extremely lively and constructive, and we thank you for that. This is a problem that, as you might have noticed, concerns all Europeans in every aspect of society. All member states are involved in this. There's no one that can be left behind. As you might imagine, the same approach that you had, which was constructive during this debate, is the one that was characterized during our committee work. We took aside our political differences and found a common enemy, which is organized transnational crime. This enemy is very difficult to tackle. It's something that, as you might imagine from the definition, does not know borders, and it threatens the very heart of what we discuss here, which is our own security as Europeans, our own open borders as a European Union, something that all political parties across this hemisphere have probably very close to their hearts. Organized crime exploits workers, it exploits prostitution, it exploits migrants, and this is something that we find unacceptable. And this is why you found all these different clauses that tackle each different problem. We have also found one major issue in the tackling of organized transnational crime, the fact that there is no common definition. This is why you might see in the first and second clause a definition that comes from one of the most important agencies of the UN that tackles this phenomenon worldwide. We decided, because we're not as arrogant as one might think, to take an already existing definition exactly because we want to solve the problem also on a global perspective. Me coming from Italy, we know that mafia is a very radical organization. This is why we also included some of the clauses that include rehabilitation programs. And do not forget that our committee also tackles terrorism of the religious side of, which means that de-radicalization programs are also extremely important. Then when it comes to the speech against, you know why some things might seem redundant to your ears? This is because many people before us, one might say way more intelligent than us, have tried to solve this very difficult problem, which means that if something already exists but has not had the effect that one wants, which is to destroy organized crime completely, we must try to create new institutions. We must try to give power to already existing ones, which is something that unfortunately now does not happen. The office that allegedly does the same thing as the already existing one, as a few delegates have pointed out, in reality does not have organized crime as its focus. This is why we had to create a new one. Unfortunately, that is reality. And we know that it might seem that having more offices might cost more money. We have to take into account the taxpayer's pocket. But remember this, every euro spent on fighting criminalized activities is a euro well spent in my book, especially because we are facing organized crime organizations that have deep pockets. We can't fail European citizens by saying, but maybe this office will cost some more, we might need to raise a little tax here, a little tax there. Organized crime does not care about taxation. They care about controlling our territories, they care about exploiting workers, migrants, and marginalized people. This is why every euro well spent on fighting organized crime is something that we will naturally support. This is why the issue of redundancy, to me personally, is not really an issue. We need to focus more on this fight, and this is why we strongly urge you to vote in favor of our resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Delegate, for the speech. I now ask the delegates to gather by committees and cast their votes. Delegates? Yes. Delegates, please be seated. We're continuing. Shh. Now I will ask one member from each committee to provide the voting results in the following order. In favor, against, abstentions, absentees, and please be reminded there is no need to introduce yourself. The left?
The left has voted 3 votes in favor. Zero against and 0 abstentions.
Thank you. S&D?
The S&D group has voted as follows: 12 in favor, 2 against, 0 abstain.
Thank you. The Greens?
The Green has voted as it follows: 2 against, 2 abstain, 1 in favor.
Renew Europe?
Renew Europe.
EPP?
European People's Party has voted as follows: in favor 11, against 3, abstention 1.
Thank you. ECR?
The ECR votes as follows: 3 in favor, 3 against, 1 abstentions, and 0 absent.
Thank you. Patriots for Europe?
PFE has voted as follows: 2 in favor, 6 against, and 0 abstained.
Thank you. Can CPs please provide their opinion?
The CPs vote in favor of this resolution.
Okay. With 38 votes in favor, 18 against, and 4 abstentions, this resolution passes. Clapping is in order. Delegates, please be reminded. Delegates, please be reminded we're going to continue immediately with AFET committee under commission. And hereby I invite the following presidency table: Lolo, myself, Vito, and Casadei.
please order in the room.
Guys,
I please all the...
we're going to continue immediately, so there is no pause.
Please order in the GA. Good morning, everyone. My name is Domenico Diego Tuccillo, and I will be the president for the analysis of the first committee, AFET. No textual change were submitted to the presidency, whereas several amendments have been submitted to the presidency. And the first one we have accepted proposed the elimination of the first subclause of OC number 25. I ask the first signature Gaetano Gorgone to deliver a speech in favor of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow delegates, I proposed an amendment to delete completely clause 25, paragraph A. I submitted this amendment sharing this proposal with the majority of the Assembly, since what we thought was important is reaching a convergence on such an important thing like immigration. So I am Gaetano Gorgone from the European People's Party, but I've reached the agreement for this amendment also from members of the ECR, Renew Europe, and the center-right groups of this hemicycle. Because the problem with the clause at stake is merely political. It proposed something that, honestly speaking, would bring to the completely deletion of all the agreements that we have, in essence, within the European Union and the African countries. As European Union and as the last election have highlighted, the clear will of the European people is to tackle illegal immigration with the process of externalization. Of course, we all know that human rights respect in this matter is an important issue, but the subclause related to the clause, so paragraph A, gives the European Union the power to stop these agreements in case of missing respect of human rights. And furthermore, what I contest the most is the term. It is stated that the term is of just 2-3 months, which is honestly and frankly too short in order to change the situation of human rights within such a countries. Furthermore, my party is member of many governments in national countries and member states in which we have these kind of agreements and they are working at local level. I know it is something that it is related also at European level, but at local level, Italian government has this kind of agreements with Tunisia, and the number of illegal migrants has gone down this year.
I ask the delegate to come to a conclusion, please.
And the same happened in Greece with the president of the council being a member of the European People's Party. So for this reason, I ask this clause to be shut down completely. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I ask a member of the committee under examination to deliver a speech about the proposed amendment. Delegate De Martini, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President, Mr. President. I am Stella De Martini from the Committee on Foreign Affairs for the political party Renew Europe. I thank my colleague for the intervention. However, I want to clarify that we are not talking about externalization in this clause. We do not want to shut down cooperation with third countries. However, we deem essential to ensure that such collaboration and cooperation is in the respect of fundamental rights, and providing funds to collaborations and countries that are violating human rights would undermine the objectives of the European Union as a whole. So while we appreciate and see why the limitation of cooperation could be an issue, we also underline that we cannot stand violations of human rights. This is a very sensitive topic, and we need to act with strength. Otherwise, our whole work would be undermined. So I ask you to not approve this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now proceed with the voting for the proposed amendment. Please note that abstentions are not allowed. Who's in favor, please raise your hands. Thank you. Against? Okay, so the amendment is accepted. Please note that no more interventions about OC number 25, subclause A, will be accepted by the presidency. The second amendment accepted by the presidency proposed the elimination of clause number 20. I please ask the primary signatory, Delfina Rucker, to give a brief speech in favor of her proposal.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President, Honorable Presidency, Excellencies, members of the Model of the European Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone who may identify themselves otherwise. I am Delfina Rucker from the ECR CRIM Committee. I urge you to reject Clause 20 of this resolution, which basically proposes giving financial aid for the unemployed. When we read this clause, it is impossible not to ask ourselves, are we taking the easy way out, or are we generally addressing the structural challenges immigration poses in our labor market? We think that we should all agree that unemployed individuals need jobs, not temporary aid. Even if some may argue that short-term assistance can ease the path to employment, this approach only fosters dependency. Relying on state support pressures member states' economic systems, often leaving individuals even worse off than before. Take Italy as an example. Despite spending billions on welfare programs, youth employment remains at staggering 30%. Aid has not translated into sustainable jobs. Instead, it has entrenched economic stagnation. This is the harsh reality of dependency. The notion that short-term aid will facilitate job finding is a dangerous illusion. Real empowerment comes from robust job creation and vocational training, enabling individuals to actually take control of their futures. We need to make an important choice. Will we opt for the easy path of temporary relief, or will we commit to lasting solutions that truly strengthen our society? Let's not settle for a band-aid. Let's demand a cure. Thank you.
Thank you. I now ask a member of the committee under examination to deliver a speech about the proposed amendment. Delegate Askamp, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Honourable Presidency. I thank my colleague for stating the motivation for amendment, but I want to state some serious wrongdoings and accusations in her statements that I think are just inherently wrong. Like, for instance, the fact that you cannot just magically create jobs out of the blue. I mean, unemployment will always be an issue. And stating or saying that not helping the unemployed because creating jobs is a far more stronger priority doesn't actually work in a practical matter. Unemployment will always be an issue, and helping the unemployed in their extensive hard times is a priority for our Commission. Not only that, she also stated that the unemployment is still high because we're not creating jobs, and the people are just not looking for jobs. But we are entrusting a pool of experts to not only determine the time frame and the fundings, but also who will actually get these funds. We will not just regularly send out money to those who are unemployed. We will specifically help those who are in need and who desperately need our help to figure out their own problems and get up on the job market to help society as a whole. Therefore, I thank you for the floor, and I want to reinstate that we do not accept this amendment.
Thank you. We will now proceed with an open vote by show of hands. Please, who's in favor, raise your hands. Against? Please, who was in favor, please raise your hands again. Against again, please. Okay. The amendment is rejected. The next accepted amendment proposed is the elimination of OC number 16. I ask the primary signatory, Michele Rivetti, to deliver a brief speech in favor of his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the floor. I am Michele Rivetti from SD. I would like to propose the total elimination of clause number 16 because, as all delegates can clearly see, it creates a double standard for residents of the European Union who do not have European citizenship. Moreover, we are talking about committing certain crimes without specifically telling us which ones. This is extremely dangerous as it can lead to judges not having the instruments to actually apply this kind of regulation. Moreover, this wording should be granted no tolerance doesn't really kind of take into account our democratic values, and especially as a member of the Socialists and Democrats, I'm quite appalled at the blatant racism that this might create, especially to those who do not have the European citizenship, pointing also out that we do not specify which kind of European citizenship we're talking about. We know this is the name of European citizenship, but a bit more details might have been useful. So I strongly urge the whole Assembly to vote in favor of this amendment, to basically vote against racism. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will now ask the member of the committee under examination to give a speech about the said amendment. Delegate Federici, you have the floor.
Honorable Presidency, fellow delegates, and whoever identified otherwise. I'm Viviana Federici from Italy, representative of the S&D group and member of the AFET committee. Our committee doesn't understand why the OC16 is being criticized. First of all, I would very much like to invite the Assembly to check the Schengen Convention and read the Article 96 and 23, and they will see there is written nothing different from what we have proposed in our resolution. So I don't see the problem. We don't see why we have violated the migrants. And yes, European citizenship may be something more, we could have been more specific, but it is clear if you go to read something that has been written and accepted by the member states, that it is therefore towards the migrants. We are addressing a problem, we are addressing something that is committing a crime in a country, and as a country that can be Italy or France, if you commit a crime in that country, you can be punished. So there is no point in your criticism. I thank the presidency for the word.
Thank you. We will now proceed with an open vote. Please, who's in favor, raise your hand. Against? The amendment is accepted, so please, we will not accept any more intervention during the debate about OC number 16. I now invite a delegate from the committee under examination to deliver an opening speech. Delegate De Martini, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Honorable Presidency, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and anyone who may identify themselves otherwise. I am Stella De Martini from the Committee on Foreign Affairs for the political party Renew Europe. It is with deep honor that I address you today to bring your attention to the work of our committee on one of the most pressing issues of our time, migration as a structural issue. Honorable Assembly, migration isn't just about crossing borders. It's about thresholds becoming opportunities and hopes becoming realities. Our committee worked with passion and determination to draft a resolution which could make this revolution possible. We are all aware of the political sensitivity of this matter, and it is with this awareness that our committee drafted the present resolution, which brings together left-wing and right-wing parties, and we hope will cross the borders of politics to unite all of you, all of us as humans, on the path of development and prosperity. We are so blinded by the narration of migration as a problem that we often forgot how valuable it can be for everyone. We need to change the narrative and turn this blindness into a far-sighted look. And this is exactly what our Commission committed itself to change. In the middle of a demographic crisis and labor shortcomings, migration can become a priceless source for the European Union. By opening a way to legal labor migration, we can contrast illegal alternatives that cause thousands of deaths in our seas. There's blood on our shores. Only in 2024, up until now, 2,467 migrants were reported dead and missing. 2,467. But today, you have the opportunity to make a change, to provide both migrants and citizens of all member states with a better and brighter future. Firstly, to fight illegal migration, it is imperative to address the causes that force people to migrate and leave everything behind. Our committee proposes a resolution that tackles these root causes with strength, while providing countries in need with the adequate means to offer people better life conditions and opportunities. But this, Honourable Assembly, requires coordination. That's why our committee also addressed the topic of cooperation within and across European borders, making practical proposals to support sustainable development projects and create thriving, resilient communities. Finally, our commitment to the respect of human rights is what guided us from beginning to end. Human dignity is our North Star, and I'm here to ask you all to let it guide you in the discussion of our and all resolutions. Honourable Assembly, I am here today to ask you to transform challenge into opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. I now open the debate. Interventions are welcome. Delegate Carranza Diaz, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I'm Magdalena Carranza Diaz from the S&D, delegate from Spain, and from the FEM committee. I would like to draw attention to OC number 4. I don't know if you're aware, but there are already existing international bodies regarding to this matter. We could talk in a general aspect about United Nations itself, and if you want to focus about migration and migration only, about the International Organization for Migration, or even the International Center for Migration Policy Development. All of them organizations the European Union worked particularly close with. I would understand a reinforcement or even a modification of this, but the creation, as I said, of an already embodied organism demonstrate not only the lack of investigation, but also the lack of strength, at least in this specific clause. Thank you for the floor, Mr. President.
Thank you. This intervention has identified the first macro area of discussion, which is number 1. I ask the Assembly to only have interventions on OCs regarding this macro area. Delegate Asil, you have the floor.
Thanks for the floor, Mr. President. I'm Wolf Eisel from Germany and the delegate of the Greens and a member of the Commission 5. I want to talk about the OC number 2. How do you ensure that the African interests are over the European interests? So we have only European advisor at that OC, so it can be that nobody have the African interest to it, so the EU interests are over that, so then we have neocolonialism in the such kind, so it would not be good for the African countries to support that. Thanks for the floor.
Thank you. I'll now accept another intervention concerning the OCs belonging to the first macro area. Delegate Lauricella, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I'm Chiara Lauricella from MEP for Committee 2. I want to drive your attention on OC number 6. That sets what our reception centers should provide. But I want to point out that there is already a European directive, that is the directive number 13 of 2000. The directive 33 of the 2013 for a common European asylum system that already provides for assistance and goods of first necessity. And I stand very original point D. And my question is, how do you intend to fight mafias just collaborating with victims? Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. Now the committee under examination has the right to reply. Delegate Panisi, you have the floor.
Honorable Presidency, fellow delegates, and ladies and gentlemen, I'm Francesca Panisi of the Greens and the First Commission. So I thank my colleagues for the interventions that they made. According to the first interventions, I don't really understand what was the question or the point stated, because what we said on the clauses was that to enforce the role of already existing international organizations to collaborate and cooperate with the European Union, and we also made examples to enforce what we already have and not spend money on something already existing. So I don't understand why the clauses shouldn't be in line with the bigger issue. And about the attacks on the regulation of 2013, we as a Commission think that a directive of 11 years ago is not in line with the bigger issues that are correlated with the migration, such as the pandemic that we had, that are intertwined with the bigger issues as migrations. And also for the victims, we also thought about these issues, and we are giving possibilities to victims that want to collaborate to avoid that other violations are committed in the borders by authorities and by the migration processes are committed. So we want to collaborate with the victims, give them help to for these traumas. That was our original point in the letter D of clauses number 6, to collect also information to fight and to actually do something on that. So we are deeply concerned for the human rights that are being violated every day, and for the African interests, as the World Economic Forum stated, we we are following World Forum, so to try to be as close as possible with the interests of third countries. And I thank the Presidency for the floor.
Thank you. We'll now be accepting intervention concerning OCs from the other macro areas. Please raise your placards. Delegate Caramelli, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I'm Caramelli Lavinia from Commission ITRE from Patriots for Europe. I want the whole assembly to focus on the OC number 10. As a PFE member, I strongly believe that the management of borders and asylum procedures should not be international organizations' responsibility, but under the control of European Union institutions and its member states ones. To call for management by this organization is to lack security, transparency, and real control over immigration and dangers arising from it, not only in the context of terrorism, corruption, trafficking, and smuggling, but also in the area of human rights and fair treatment of migrants. It is now conceived that the European organization Frontex, the organization challenged by the Commission, that is not perhaps an international organization, as they said, has been accused on several occasions of serious human rights violations and non-transparency towards the Union, itself participating in violations of international law with also other organizations, and to collaborate with Libya. There are several documents and photos that they collected without permission, and they didn't consent to put in the evidence of the EU General Court. And then the Commission, by promoting the actions of organizations outside European control, such as this one, seems to want to reinforce Frontex's model of impunity for its actions, not protecting its own states from external threats, nor the safety of migrants. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. The second macro area of discussion has been identified thanks to this intervention. That is macro area number 2. Other interventions concerning OCs from this macro area are welcome. Delegate Mika, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. My name is Krzysztof Micha, and I'm from the left in the European Parliament from Czech Republic. We have a question regarding OC number 7, and we want to ask the committee why don't they focus rather on harmonizing the standards within the European Union than to decentralize it so they make more in equal conditions for each of the migrants coming to the European Union? We find it as something that is unnecessary for the migrants and their well-being when they want to come to the European Union to make them conditions that they do not know what to expect for. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. Another intervention concerning the second macro area is welcome. Please raise your placards. I kindly ask the Assembly to participate more in the debate. Delegate Silvestrini, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I'm Elena Silvestrini from EPP and from Committee Number 4, FEM. So I would like to bring your attention to the operative clause number 12. The Commission demands stronger safeguards for the protection of vulnerable groups, ensuring them protection and care. Even if it will be a possible solution to the problem, a more incisive approach will be a precise application of the action plan on protecting vulnerable people. This EU Act already provides access to law, promotes the safeguards, fosters democratic participation, and promotes cooperation between migration and asylum authorities in member states. I will propose to promote a stronger application of the Act. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. The committee under examination has the right to reply. Delegate Lopez Alfaro, you have the right. You have the floor.
Thanks for the floor, Ms. President. I'm Jose Angel from the Left Party. I have here with attention the intervention of our colleagues, and referring to the Frontex issue, we have said that Frontex is an example of it's only an example of an organization in which we can work with, and it is demonstrated that Frontex save life of migrants, and it's now it's becoming a more transparent and communication. There will be a communication guarantee, and it's only a tool to provide support to the EU and Schengen countries in order to ensure that life of migrants and security in the European Union it's ensured. Referring to the OC number 7 that our colleagues asked, there's a common framework in the European Union, so we have to understand migration as a multi-level issue. So we have said in OC number 15 that there's a common framework and a common framework that there's a common framework in which all states meet together, although they can have their own decisions in bureaucratic processes. And referring to the last question, we have said that we are defending a military, not a non-military European Mediterranean. We are demanding that we have to save the Mediterranean Sea and give protection to all of these migrants. We are defending that the European countries defend and look for the lives of these people in Mediterranean Sea and improve the security in this sea. Thanks for the floor. Jose Angel Lopez from the Left, Spain.
Thank you. I will now be accepting 3 more interventions on the last macro area, that's macro area number 3. Macro area number 4 is also allowed to be discussed. Because of the absence of interventions concerning these 2 macro areas, we will be accepting 3 more interventions concerning all the macro areas and OCs. Please raise your placards. Delegate Merino Pasos, you have the floor.
Thank you, Presidency, for the floor. I'm Merino Pazos, delegate from Spain, Renew Europe, and Second Committee, INGE. I want to bring the attention to the OC 17, in which they are saying that they're going to facilitate the immigration of workers who have some specific working skills that can benefit countries. We believe that this is clearly discriminatory against all migrants, and that the right of a person to a better life and that the right of a person to escape a war situation, a crisis situation, should not depend on if you are capitalized for one thing or the other. I think that giving those immigrants the tools that they need to incorporate to the labor market is much more valuable than just exiging it from the start. Thank you for the floor, Mr. Presidency.
Thank you. Further interventions are welcome. Please raise your placards. I kindly ask all the GA for more participation in the debate. Delegate Amal Martinez, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor. I'm Antonio Martinez from the EPP and the FEM committee, talking about the OC number 9 that talks about reinvesting money saved by decentralization, and based on an Eurostat review about the cost of decentralizing agricultural powers in the EU. I want to ask to the committee, how do you want to reinvest the money saved by decentralizing if it costs more decentralizing than maintaining the powers centralized? Thank you for the floor. Anton Naval.
Thank you. I will ask for one last intervention from the GA. Delegate Trombini, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I'm Luca Trombini, delegate of the Patriots for Europe, Italy, Committee 3MB. The Patriots for Europe strongly oppose the proposed permanent EU resettlement and relocation mechanism with legally binding quotas. This represents a clear overreach because mandating that all member states accept migrants based on quotas ignores the sovereignty, concerns, and capacity of individual nations. Further, it disregards the voices of those who have to bear the consequences of those decisions. Instead of relocating migrants that arrive in the EU, often in dangerous ways, we should work to welcome refugees through safe ways and at the same time control our borders and reject people that have no right to move in the European Union. Thank you for the floor, Mr. President.
Thank you. The committee under review has now the right to reply. Delegate Baraldi, you have been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. So regarding clause OC number 13, I want to point out that we are talking about redistribution of migrants. We are not talking about legal ways that we already treated in our resolution. So we are just talking about to relocate migrants based on some criteria that we outline in this resolution, which is the GDP, for example. This because migrants can actually increase the GDP, and also they can meet the labor market needs. And so the GDP, we think it's a good criteria, since it also can identify the financial possibility that member state has, and its possibility to relocate migrants. Regarding OC number 9, so how are we going to use the money that I'm taking from decentralization? So specific problems of member states are better tackled by tailored solutions. So we propose to create a framework. We already did it for fiscal policies. It is a framework that the European Union has already accepted. So by decentralizing the management of migration, we could give the member state the possibility to tackle better this problem based on their needs. While regarding OC number 17, we never said that we are not going to accept migrants who do not have working skills. We want just to check if they already have some skills in order to insert them in the job market, even if they are escaping wars. I mean, escaping a war doesn't mean that you do not have any skills. So we just want them to integrate better in the member states. So I don't get the point of this attack. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. The debate is now closed. We will proceed with the speeches. I invite a member of the General Assembly to deliver a speech against the entire resolution of the committee under review. Delegate Benazzi, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President, Honorable Presidency, Excellencies, members of the Model European Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone who may identify themselves otherwise. I am Chiara Benassi from Renew Europe for the Commission number 4, which is FEM. As a representative of Renew Europe, I raise today my voice regarding the committee's work addressing migration structural issues. While it directly acknowledges migration as a long-term challenge, its proposal approach particularly the reliance on externalization is deeply flawed. By sourcing our border control to authoritarian regimes like Libya, Tunisia, Turkey, we not only compromise European Union values, but also align ourselves with governments that consistently violate human rights, as you know. This approach is not sustainable or ethical solution. Renew Europe firmly believes that the European Union must remain a champion of democracy and of human dignity, not turn a blind eye to the suffering of migrants in exchange for border management. Moreover, the resolution does not adequately address the root causes of migration, such as economic instability, conflict, and climate change. If we focus solely on containment, we will perpetuate this issue rather than solve it. A proactive development-focused approach is essential for tackling migration at its source. The centralized solution proposed here also failed to consider the diverse needs of individual member states. Local authorities need more empowerment to tailor strategies that best suit their specific context. Maybe we could find like corrupt regimes there. I'm also troubled by the lack of robust accountability for the European Union Trust Fund that you mentioned in this resolution. Without rigorous oversight, there's a real risk that our funds could support corrupt regimes or governments that violate migrant human rights. Transparency and accountability must be prioritized. Finally, the resolution does not place enough emphasis on community integration programs, which are essential for fostering social cohesion and preventing radicalization. Integration should be at the heart, at the bottom of our migration strategy. In conclusion, while the committee rightly frames migration as a structural issue, the proposed solution falls short. Renew Europe's call for a more human, development-oriented and accountable approach, one that aligns with our core European Union values and addresses the long-term challenges migration poses. Thank you for the floor and for your attention.
Thank you. We will accept another speech against the resolution, so please raise your placards. Jacobazzi, you have been recognized.
Thank you, President, for the floor. I'm Ilenia Jacobazzi from Patriot for Europe, commit number 2. Honorable delegates, today we are faced with a resolution that, in my opinion, not only lacks realism, but also poses a threat to the sovereignty and security of our member states. As a representative of Patriots for Europe, I believe it is essential to oppose this document and its proposal. Firstly, the resolution proposes the extension of the EU TF, without considering that in the past this fund has proven ineffective in addressing the root causes of migration. The idea that additional funding can resolve the migration phenomenon is illusory and does not take into account the reality. Many recipient countries lack the capacity or intention to use this fund responsibly. Secondly, the idea of a pool of experts to monitor the use of funds is problematic. Who are these experts? What legitimacy will they have? We cannot allow a detached bureaucracy distant from our local realities to decide on such delicate and important issues for our communities. The proposal for centralized management of migration ignores the fact that each member state has unique needs and challenges. We cannot allow a one-size-fits-all approach to penalize our countries, depriving them of the ability to manage their sovereignty and migration policies according to their specific requirements. Furthermore, the creation of a permanent resettlement mechanism is a measure that is not only unrealistic but also unfair to nations that already struggle to manage their population. We cannot accept that our nations are forced to accommodate an ever-increasing numbers of migrants without any consideration for the social and economic consequences. Finally, the appeal to human rights, while noble, is often exploited to justify policies that endanger the security of our citizens. Immigration policies must prioritize the safety and well-being of our people, not the demands of a distant European bureaucracy. In the conclusion, I oppose this resolution. It's time to prioritize the interests and security of European citizens, reaffirming our sovereignty and adopting immigration policies that address the real needs of our nations. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite a member of the Committee under Examination to deliver a closing speech. Delegate Federici, you have been recognized.
Honorable Presidency, fellow delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, whoever identifies otherwise. I am Viviana Federici, representative of the S&D Group and of the AFET Committee. After this intense discussion, you may think that the AFET resolution is not right for what was the focus of the topic. But let me prove you otherwise. First of all, this committee not only worked hard, but worked united as a whole. So we are not proposing hardline security measures, as we were criticized, but rather ethical foreign policies that sees migration as an opportunity and not a threat, that address security problems and uphold the dignities of those migrants, that prefers long-term planning to short-time emergencies responses, isn't what the left wings wants, a plan that enhances humanitarian aid, that pushes the socio-economic integration, and flexible plans which meet both European cohesion and national jurisdiction isn't what the right wings want. To have a tighter security controls to address the security concerns. So, as for making a change, and we shouldn't help other countries, I would like to remember to the Assembly that we already have plans with those countries that you addressed as dangerous, as authoritarian regimes. I would like to draw the attention to the NDICI plan. So these are treaties to help those countries to have democracy, to have cohesion, to have global governance. And I would like to say that we did tackle the pushing factor. We do have OCs speaking about the lack of infrastructures, for example, in the east areas of Europe. So we had proposed like digital infrastructures, we had proposed co-founded programs with the local authorities that has the previous argument said are the better fitted to create the right, to find the right solution, but still with the cohesion of European Union to find a better plan. It is not rather centralized, but is a hard work between parties that have different, of course, focuses, but still one job, to think about the wellness of Europe. And also, we had tackled the socioeconomic integration problems. We had talked about employment and giving them funds, giving them something sustainable helps them to find a better job that fits their characteristics. And previously was mentioned that in Italy there is this huge problem that we have tried many times to address the solution. Well, I would like to draw the attention to empirical analysis. The effect of immigration legalization on crime empirically demonstrates that helping migrants with money improves their socioeconomic position and gives them the opportunity to pursue a life different from criminality. If we wait for the perfect solution, then just let's sit aside, because otherwise we will never move. Have you ever thought that maybe the reason that you think the solution is too right or too left, or maybe just too ineffective, is simply because it contains both perspectives? If you weren't too concentrated on achieving your personal goals, you would have noticed that this work is a compromise between parties. So instead of complaining, you actually have the chance of doing something. We cannot simply sit and stare at our wounds forever. We cannot simply sit and stare at what's happening in this world. You may not see all the journey yet. The plan may not be perfect, but still it represents just one step. So take that to make a change. So if you can clearly see it, just accept this resolution as an effective and concrete solution instead of thinking of achieving your personal goals. I thank the committee and the presenters for the word.
Thank you. I now ask the delegates to gather into different political groups to then cast their votes. Please order in the GA. Please again order.
Delegates.
I will now ask one member from each political group to provide their votes. So starting from the left.
The left has voted 3 in favor, 0 against and 0 abstentions.
SND.
The SND party has voted with 3 votes in favor, 8 votes against and 2 abstentions.
The Greens.
The Greens party has voted as 1 vote against, 2 abstained and 2 vote in favor.
Could the delegate please repeat?
2 votes in favor, 1 vote against and 2 abstained.
Thank you. RE.
Renew Europe has voted as follows: 5 in favor, 3 against, and 0 abstentions.
I'm sorry, how many abstentions?
0 abstentions.
Thank you. EPP.
EPP has voted as follows: 3 in favor, 11 against, 3 abstain.
ECR.
ECR has voted as follows: 4 in favor, 3 against, 0 abstentions, and 0 absence.
PFR. PFR.
Patriots for Europe has voted as follows: 1 in favor, 7 against, 0 abstentions.
I will ask the CPs for their opinion.
The committee president approves the resolution.
With 21 votes in favor, 33 against, and 7 abstentions, and despite the favorable opinion of the CPs, the resolution is rejected. Clapping is not in order.
So now we'll have lunch, and we have to be here at 1:30 sharp, please. We have 45 minutes to have lunch, so be quick, and 1:30 p.m. sharp.
Okay. Guys, please take. Okay. Please, guys, take a seat. We'll start soon, guys. Boh. Ma si sente poco, non lo sento proprio amplificato.
No, no, no.
Boh. Forse qui. Guys. Guys, we'll take. Boh. Ok, qua qui.
Pronto? Ba 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 ba.
Yeah. Seat, please.
Why the microphone doesn't work? It's
No,
not
it
working.
works, but low.
Works?
Very, very low.
Hello?
Maybe we have to increase. Oh, try now.
Yeah.
Is it? Ah, okay.
No, no, no.
Chair one.
Oddio!
Either here. No, this is chair two. So there. To the left of. Okay. Yes.
Leonardo, Mr. President.
Pásale esto.
Guys, don't turn on your microphones, okay?
Marta.
Sorry, everyone. It is not allowed to drink coffees or whatever in the room, only water. So please, if you have any drinks, go outside 1 minute and then go back. Or don't drink your cappuccino.
Prova, prova. Okay, so the order for this afternoon are committees number 2, committees number 4, and committee number 5. Okay? We'll start with committee number 2. Okay. So, several amendments have been submitted to the presidency, 3 of which have been accepted. 2 of which, sorry, have been accepted. So, the first one request.
But maybe you wait.
Okay, now guys, please now take all of you a seat, and we will start. Okay, we can start. So, several amendments have been submitted, and 2 of you have been accepted. So, the first amendment requests the replacement of clause 8 with the following text. There is need for more practical and empirical solutions. Aiming for a solid diplomatic framework isn't a real one, but just an utopia. I invite the primary signatory to give a brief speech in favor of their amendment. Point of privilege? Okay.
Could you maybe repeat the amendment?
Okay. So, the amendment requests the replacement of clause number 8. So, with the following text. There is need for more practical and empirical solutions. Aiming for a solid diplomatic framework isn't a real one, but just an utopia. I invite the primary signatory to give a brief speech in favor of the amendment. Please raise your placard. Giada Pelliccioli, you have been recognized.
Okay. So.
Sorry, can you please raise your placard?
Yeah.
Okay, Delegate Pelliccioli, you've been recognized.
May I stay sit or do I have to stand up? Perché sono un po'. Okay. So, Presidency, thank you for the floor. I am Giada Pelliccioli from the EPP and part of the 5th Committee, ITRE, representing Italy. So, we advocate for the need of a practical and empirical solutions because, indeed, clause number 8 doesn't take into account the fact that not every country outside Europe is totally transparent. So aiming for a solid diplomatic framework by establishing bilateral and multilateral dialogues isn't a real solution, just an utopia, because it can go over certain internal dynamics that characterize countries such as, for example, North Korea, Egypt, Russia, or Saudi Arabia, that won't collaborate since they do stand up for their sovereignty. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I ask a member of the committee under examination to give a brief speech regarding the proposed amendment. I invite the whole committee to participate to the debate. Please raise your placards. Delegate Daniels, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I'm Anne Daniels, a delegate from Belgium as part of the political group Socialists and Democrats and part of the committee INGE. Dear Presidency, fellow delegates, committee presidents, esteemed guests, ladies, gentlemen, and anyone who may identify otherwise. I thank the delegates who proposed this amendment for their concern. However, we as a committee do not agree with this change and would like to keep the OC as it stands. While I understand the concern of the delegates about the difficulties of establishing a diplomatic network with all these bilateral and multilateral agreements, I think it's not because it will be a difficult task to establish this network that we should already abandon our ambition to establish it just because it may be difficult. We know that there's countries where diplomatic relations can be difficult with, for example, North Korea, Egypt, Russia, but that doesn't mean we have to stop trying. Also, it's not because some countries may prove difficult to have diplomatic relations with that we should not be looking for diplomatic relations with anyone. There's a lot of countries that are very open to diplomatic discussion, and where these agreements will be really realistic to establish. And for the countries where that may not be the case, well, we will just have to try harder. But I do think it's possible everywhere as long as we try enough and don't immediately give up because we think it may prove difficult. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now proceed with an open vote by show of hands. Please note that abstentions are not allowed. So, who's in favor? Please raise your hand. Thank you. Who's against? Please raise your hand. Okay. The amendment is rejected. Now, the second amendment requests the elimination of clause number 3. I invite the primary signatory to give a brief speech in favor of the amendment. Anna Mazzaski, please raise your placard. You have been recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the floor. Honorable President.
Please, delegate, stand up.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Honorable Presidency, fellow delegates, and ladies, gentlemen, and whoever identifies themselves otherwise, I propose to eliminate the third clause of the resolution of the Committee 2, INGE, because it's formulated in a way which doesn't allow the readers to completely understand the meaning of the clause. So I would propose the elimination, and thank you for the floor.
Thank you. I now ask a member of the committee under examination to give a brief speech regarding the proposed amendment. Please raise all of you your placards. Delegate Fazio, you've been recognized. Can you please turn on your microphone? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the floor. Dear Presidency, fellow delegates, committee presidents, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, and anyone who I may identify as otherwise. Thank you for your concern, delegate. I would like to respond to you that criticizing a resolution without giving another proposal or without explaining how you would like to shape this clause does not lead to any constructive criticism. The idea of mandatory corporate disclosure is something that is not new, and it's already known in Digital Services Act of EU. So what we like to do is to enforce this type of resolution, not limited just to scientific research, but also to public policy. So what we like to do is to enforce resolutions that are already there and maybe put it better into practice, but with a proposal that is just a critic, that is limited to itself, does not really ensure nothing constructive. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now proceed with an open vote by show of hands. Please, abstentions are not allowed. Who's in favor? Thank you. Who's against? Thank you. The amendment is rejected. I now invite a delegate from the committee under examination to give an opening speech. Delegate Ruvolo, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Honorable Presidency, fellow delegates, committee presidents, esteemed guests, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone who may identify otherwise. I'm Gianmarco Ruvolo. I'm the delegate from Italy of the Greens European Free Alliance and the part of Committee 2, INGE. The resolution submitted to you today, and which we will vote on shortly, aims to defend and improve the Union with respect to one of the most relevant and topical issues of recent years. Misinformation and foreign interference is one of the most difficult and complicated topics of legislation. I believe, however, that this resolution is not a trivial piece of legislation, but a crucial moment that is a crucial moment of union and cooperation to act definitely as a single entity, although composed of multiple and peculiar realities, to respond to the growing threats and dangers that arise inside and outside our borders, and that seriously undermine our society, our democracy. Disinformation is the order of the day. The existence and constant and unceasing growth of social media has allowed and continue to allow the dissemination of manipulated images, news, videos, and help to create an apparent reality that is totally disconnected from the one we should all be living. The polarization of all the media, the blind opinionizing based only on populism and nationalism, which does nothing but create and feed opinions and visions based only on conflict and hate. All this combined with a lack of education and computer skills. All this is a threat to our democracy, is a threat to our institutions and to what we represent in this assembly. And if you don't see it as such, it means that you have lost the trust that drove your voters to elect you. Think, however, that many of those voters, all across Europe, are victims of disinformation, often moved and supported by non-EU states, which aim to create a vote and elect those closer to a faction or the other. 83% of European citizens believe that disinformation is a threat to our democracy. 51% of our citizens believe they have been exposed to disinformation online. And 61% of our younger citizens, the young people, says they encounter fake news on social media more than once a week. Before you today is a dilemma, a problem. Our citizens do not feel safe anymore. They are often unwitting victims of completely false news or information that puts them in a dangerous situation, that put in danger their trust in our institutions, their trust in us. During a lecture magistralis in a famous university in Italy, the journalist and ex-president of European Parliament, David Maria Sassoli, said that information...
I beg the delegate to come at a conclusion soon.
Thank you. Information is the first tool we have. Information that does not serve to support politics, but to make us aware of what we have and also what we cannot lose. This resolution is the first step towards the trust, towards a safer and a more aware Europe, towards a democracy that puts citizens and their ability to choose, consciously and without any influence, back at the center. Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Viva l'Europa.
Please, order in the Assembly. I now open the debate. Interventions are welcome. Please raise your placards. I repeat, I now open the debate. Please raise your placards. Interventions are welcome. I beg the whole assembly to participate to the debate. Please raise your placards. Delegate Balardi, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the floor. I'm Francesco Baraldi for PFE and AFET Commission, and I would like to draw attention to OC number 2. So the committee has not pointed out the central point of this problem, which is algorithm, rather than reminding that every single party should have their own political space on social media. Because the issue I want the General Assembly to focus on is that nowadays algorithms tend to create what are the so-called filter bubbles. And for those who don't know what the filter bubbles are created by algorithms based on the preferences of the people that show on social media, and they take into account criteria like time spent on determined topics such as right or left politics content. And based on that, the people are shown similar contents, and so the algorithm shows what the people want to be shown. This has led to an increase of misinformation and mass polarization, resulting in the formation of more and more extremist thoughts and currents. So I want the General Assembly to ask themselves how this OC can be effective if it doesn't address at all the filter bubbles. The general population wouldn't still be able to understand the different point of views since they won't be shown by the social media. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. Further intervention from the Assembly are welcome. Only on McRae number 1. Please raise your placards. No. Further intervention will now be on all macro areas. Please raise your placards. Delegate Pratesi, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Honorable Presidency, fellow delegates, and whoever identifies themselves otherwise, I would like to put the Assembly attention on the Operative Clause 13, where the Commission suggests Member States to invest in implementation of intelligence systems so that they find out which countries interfere in the electoral system. However, the Commission didn't take into consideration that the proposal is controversial and not efficient, and this solution wouldn't facilitate bureaucracy, as said in the first comma. Moreover, monitoring must be supranational, impartial, even though autonomy should be guaranteed to the Member States. It would be more effective to introduce machine learning systems, a subset of artificial intelligence that creates systems that learn or improve performance based on the data they use. The data collected is used automatically, making the information process easier and faster, still following the rules set by the AI Act. The Regulation 1689 from 2024, just approved the 13th of June this year, laying down harmonized rules on artificial intelligence with clear requirements and obligations regarding its specific use. Thanks for the floor.
Thank you. We'll now accept one more intervention on the whole macro area. Please raise your placards. Delegate Garbo, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I'm Giulia Garbo from S&D Committee number 4. So I would like to express some concern regarding the clause number 6 of macro area 2. The clause proposes a multi-level approach to combat disinformation, and I'm against the requirement for monitoring and the immediate removal of content deemed disinformation, because while fighting disinformation is crucial, implementing these measures raises important issues surrounding freedom of expression, and defining what constitutes disinformation is often subjective. It can vary depending on political and cultural contexts, so this is a risk of censorship, and legitimate opinions may be silenced out of fear of violating these regulations. Additionally, monitoring and removing content on global platforms present significant technical challenges, and relying solely on automated tools such as AI could prove ineffective and lead to errors in content identifications. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. The committee under examination now has the right to reply. Please raise your placards to the whole committee. Delegate Siemonsma, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I'm from the S&D, from the INGE committee. I'd like to address the three interventions. First of all, OC2. It was said that we didn't have any regard for algorithms, but that's not true. In OC4, we talk about new implementations and regulations about algorithms, and besides that, OC2 is about challenging those filter bubbles that the delegate talked about, and whether that goes through algorithms or something else, we don't know. We don't care about which technology is used as long as it's happening. Then OC13. The critique was about artificial intelligence, but we'd like to point out that this is about national intelligence services. So you have to think about something like the CIA, and this is not about AI. This is about national security and intelligence. So different definition. And then I'd like to address OC6. Which is about the removal of disinformation. The kinds of disinformation we're talking about, that's, for example, the denial of the Holocaust. That's illegal disinformation. You can't do that, for example, in Germany. We're not talking about large censorship at a large scale, of course. So, to clarify, that's not what this OC is about. And it's implied, of course, that we're not going to censor anything, because everything will be with respect to the freedom of speech. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now accept one more round of interventions. Please raise your plackets. Delegate Mika, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. My name is Krzysztof Micha, and I'm from the left, from the Czech Republic. And we would like to ask the committee about the OC10, and if they don't consider AI as a potential threat to the working citizens who can't, to the average people who can't work with it without having specific knowledge about it, and you don't provide the resolution with educating them more about AI, so that we are pretty sure that it would lead to another social disparities. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. We'll now accept one more intervention. Please raise your placards. Delegate Werley-Wagen, you've been recognized.
Honorable Presidency, thank you for the floor. Tristan Verlewegen from Germany, the Envy Committee and the delegate from the EPP. I am the delegate from Germany is raising concerns about the OC11, which states the EPP is concerned about the over-reliance on state-driven systems, especially when it comes to disinformation. We understand that that combating disinformation is important, but there are concerns that expanding such systems might lead to over-regulation and censorship, infringing on freedom of expression and limited individual rights. The committee could advocate for more private sector involvement. That's what I am proposing. So thus my question, how does the committee want to prevent over-regulation in the OC11? Thanks for the floor.
Thank you. We will now accept one last intervention. Please raise your placards. Delegate Benassi, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I'm Chiara Benassi from Renew Europe, Committee number 4. I would like to bring the attention of the Assembly on the clause 13. I believe that encouraging member states to invest in national intelligence system is important, but the points of the resolution does not address the potential risk of increased surveillance. In fact, to me, balancing security with civil liberties must be emphasized. I strongly believe that it is necessary to advocate for a more comprehensive and balanced approach to tackling foreign interference and disinformation, but guaranteeing civil liberties. This is my point. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. The committee under examination has now the right to reply. Please raise your placards. I repeat, the committee under examination has now the right to reply. Please raise your placards. I'll repeat once more. Please raise your placards. Delegate Armenti, you've been recognized.
Thank you, President, for the floor. I'm Armenti Luigi Andrea from Italy for the left parties for the Committee 2. About the OC 10, I have to say that he give us the possibility to work without know how to work with internet. It's a service that internet give us. Also, we have to read the OC number 1, where we are talking about the media literacy of the population, of the citizen. So it's important to educate the people for the media literacy. So also for know what is a fake news, what is not a fake news. When we talk about the OC number 11, yes, we are we combat the disinformation. We promote a union system for that, and it is already applied, approved for the European Union. So we are not promoting nothing new. For the last, so the 13, we have already answered in the before defense. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. We will now accept one more intervention. Please raise your placards. Delegate Gorgone, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to submit to the attention of the Assembly, again clause 13, but this time paragraph B, which I find problematic for either formulation reasons and also the potential meanings that it could assume. It talks about impose restrictive measures. I do not understand if these restrictive measures have to be imposed by the member states or by the EU, and I think member state because EU cannot. And then talks about tariff raise to countries involved in electoral interference. Starting for the assumption that tariff raise, according to me, is not the best option to fight this problem, I would like to ask, through you, Mr. President, to the member of the committee, how could they define electoral interference precisely, since this parliament was not able to agree, not even on the irregular electoral fraud in Venezuela a few months ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Further intervention are accepted. Please raise your placards. Delegate Ingino, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the floor. I was going to ask for the OC's number 10 that falls under technology and innovation when they say to use in artificial intelligence. Who is the authority that will control and will decide the boundaries in which the IA is going to use and make sure that we'll fight against disinformation, as it has to be apolitical, but it has to be realistic. It has to be on a realistic point of view and without a political interference. Who is going to vigilate over it, and how can we put rules and to determine what is going to be a disinformation or not? That could be used as a tool from politicians in the future, or not right now, but in the future, as a tool against freedom of speech. So we should preserve in this House that freedom of speech will be preserved even in the future, not in the short term only. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. We will now accept one last intervention. Please raise your placards. Delegate Grima, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Chiara Grima from the Green. My question is about the OC number 8. I totally agree with the Commission about the importance of a diplomatic framework in order to achieve the objective, but it might work only with countries that accept diplomacy and respect human rights. So my question is, how are you going to, you intend to do, what do you intend to do with the other countries? Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. The committee under review has now the right to reply. Please raise your placards. Delegate Hios Gibaya, you've been recognized.
Thanks for the floor, Presidency. Regarding to OC number 13B.
Sorry, can the delegate please introduce himself?
Yeah, sorry. I'm Javier Hoyos Gibaja from the EPP. And regarding to the OC 13B, the EU has a competence to impose those measures. They have been given to the EU by member states in the Foundation Treaty of the EU. And when referring to electoral interference is when other countries try to intervene in your electoral processes via sending information that's not true about your country. And therefore, they're trying to get inside of your national security, and that's very dangerous for member states, because if they don't have clean electoral processes, they wouldn't have clean governments, just like the example you gave from Venezuela. Addressing AOC number 10, the AECT provides the guidelines to all ethical and secure use of AI, even in the sector of disinformation, the interpretation of a system that reduces bias and error, and is careful about transparency. And regarding OC number 9, we will try to fight diplomatically with those countries, trying for them to accept that we as the EU have some common values that we must follow, and try to convince them to follow those values via expanding the EU values, like most countries try to do via the EU. Thanks for the floor, Presidency.
Thank you. The debate is now closed. We will proceed with the speeches. I therefore invite a delegate to give a speech against the position of the committee under review. Please raise your placards. Delegate Melita Franchina, you've been recognized.
So, Presidency, thank you for the floor. Fellow delegates, I'm Gaia Melita Franchina of European People's Party Commission 1. I believe that the resolution from Committee 2, Special Committee on Foreign Interference and Disinformation, lacks the efficacy and concreteness needed to address such critical issues. First of all, rather than proposing innovative alternatives, the resolution largely repeats existing legislation and practices. For instance, in Clause 4, while you assert that the Code of Practice on Disinformation is not sufficient, instead of suggesting a concrete solution, you only recommend an implementation of the Digital Services Act. However, as outlined in the European Union's press statement by Vice President Jourova on the Code of Practice on Disinformation, the code is already intended to underpin the DSA and evolve into a co-regulatory frameworks to address disinformation. So this is already in progress. Secondly, in Clause 5, you mentioned penalization, but fail to provide specifics. How do you plan to penalize? What metrics will you use? Who will be penalized? These crucial details are missing. The guidelines you refer to for digital platforms also already exist. The Code of Practice addresses key areas such as demonetization, that means cutting financial incentives for disinformation sources, transparency for political advertising, ensuring service integrity, empowering researchers, and cooperation during election, etc. So, from a legal perspective, the resolution offers no concrete innovation and simply advocates strengthening or encouraging what is already in place. On the topic of international cooperation, you encourage you encourage the fortification of diplomatic frameworks, but without explaining how this will be achieved. You also fail to address how to deal with these challenges with countries that have different approaches to communication and journalism, as my other colleague says. Furthermore, there's no mention of how disinformation and fake news could affect European election campaigns or any strategies to counter Russian influence in Europe, a topic that's already addressed in the 216 European Parliament resolution on countering anti-EU propaganda. Finally, your proposal for compensating journalists for using AI raises more questions than answers. How would this help to contrast disinformation? How do you plan to implement binding arbitration on AI system?
Additionally, how do you intend to address the bias that already exists in AI technologies? Once again, the measures proposed either already exist or are limited to strengthening current efforts. In conclusion, this resolution failed to address the core issues surrounding disinformation and offers no concrete measures to resolve them. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite a member of the committee under review to give a closing speech that takes into account the debate held. Please raise your placards. Delegate Merino Pazos, you've been recognized.
Dear Presidency, fellow delegates, committee presidents, esteemed guests, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone who may identify otherwise. I know that the topic of misinformation in a digital age seems something new, seems something that we have never seen before, but there's been cases in our history that tells us about it. I'm going to talk about something really specific. But if we think about things about our history, such as the witch hunt, we've seen things that are being debated today. Feminism in the committee presented of the pay gap, and other things like, for example, how a life can be perturbed and distressed when people lie about you. We've made a resolution that takes in mind the European interest, that takes in mind the European rights. Disinformation interferes with political processes and the ability of citizens to really take the decisions that they need. They shape public opinion to launder horrible processes that go against not only democracy, but also human rights, and they induce consumers to buy things that they only need or even want. To sum up, to steal our independence as citizens. We are really grateful for the interest that this General Assembly has taken on a resolution, but we think a resolution already takes in mind the preoccupation that we all have as European systems. Revolving Clause 10, AI is already a reality, but we are talking about it becoming something that you can already read in the resolution, safe, and a tool for people. In Clause 13, that also raised preoccupation. We are not only trying to be each time more safe, we are doing so while increasing public in things that we all need, increasing jobs, increasing things that are not only going to be through technology and are going to be affected by everyone. I know that the subclause 8 raised a lot of concern, but I let the General Assembly talk about it for me, and it was approved. Regarding the against speech, I just want to note that the code of practice may not have been fully understood. It has no binding effect. Companies are not really forced to do what they sign. It does not call to repercussions. If whatever it happens, it's just, okay, we'll try to do this. But there's no real action in place. And finally, and most important, it only affects big corporations and extremely big associations that do not represent the whole spectrum of European economy. For these reasons, I think that our resolution does not lack nor efficiency nor concretency. We want to increase the literacy. We don't want to limit freedom. We don't want them to tell less when they want. We want that people that consciously and knowingly lie for their own interest have repercussions and know that they can don't do that with European citizens. We are giving citizens all the tools they need. We are giving them media literacy. We are letting all political spectrum to really know their opinion, to really have their voice, so that we can, as citizens, take an action. We can, as citizens, decide what we want and we don't want. Because we don't want disinformation, but we certainly want the possibilities in the internet. We want the truth. We certainly do not want the witch hunt, but we certainly do want the magic. Thank you, Presidency, for the floor.
Thank you. I now ask the delegates to gather by committees and cast their votes. Order, please. We will now proceed with the voting. Okay. I now ask one member from each political group to provide the voting results in the following order: in favor, against, abstentions, absence. There's no need to introduce yourself. Okay, the left.
The left has voted 0 in favor, 2 against, 1 abstention, and 0.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, can you repeat? Please, delegate, can you repeat?
The left has voted 1 in favor, 2 against, and 1 abstention.
Thank you. S&D?
S&D has voted as follows: 12 votes in favor, 0 against, 2 abstentions.
Thank you. Greens?
The Greens has voted as follows: 5 in favor, 0 abstentions, 0 not in favor.
Thank you. Renew Europe?
Renew Europe has deliberated as follows: 1 in favor, 7 against, 0 abstentions, and 0 absence.
Thank you. EPP?
EPP has voted as followed: 8 in favor, 6 against, 2 abstain.
Thank you. ECR?
The ECR votes as follows: 1 in favor, 4 against, 2 abstentions, and 0 absent.
Thank you. And PFR?
Patriots have voted in favor 2, against 5, and abstention 1.
Thank you. With 30 votes in favor, 24 against, 8 abstentions, and 0 absent. Oh, sorry, what's the chair committee's opinion?
The committee presidents are in favor.
And with the chair committee's opinion in favor, the resolution has been accepted. You can applaud. Okay. Okay. Order, please. Sit down.
There is no pause.
There's no pause. Sit down.
Ma per quale motivo? Ci sono 3 ore, vabbè, facciamo una poi c'è la pausa. Abbiamo appena fatto pranzo, cioè 45 minuti sono qua dentro.
Okay. I will call the next table. Okay. I will call Beren as vice 1, Kama as vice 2, Leta as president, Calandra as just 1, and Carodano just 2. Chair 1 will be De Gref and Chair 2 Passion. he went back to the hotel. He was sick.
True.
Yeah. Where would share true? Where should I sit this one?
I share this one.
May I ask all the delegates to please be seated? Everyone, please take your seats. So, we have had several amendments submitted to this committee, and first we would like to proceed with the amendment for clause 23 to add specifications to this clause, where it would be urges financial institutions and investment firms to prioritize gender diversity in their decision-making process by setting targets for female representation in investment roles and providing training programs for companies to empower women in finance. And this has been submitted by Miraglia from Italy. Please raise your placards. The floor is yours.
Dear Presidency, thanks for the floor. I'm Emily Miraglia from European People's Party and Committee MV. I think that it's necessary to add 4 campaigns in the operative clause for the reason that these programs should be directed to the enterprises, not to the women. A woman don't need a course to know that she could achieve the best manager role or to become a CEO. Thanks for the floor.
Thank you. From the committee, may I call to present the speech against this amendment? I'd like to call the delegate Marcellunci. Thank you.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. So I would like to answer to this intervention by saying that, of course, we want to provide these. We want to provide these. We want to provide these training programs for companies and for managers and people that work in the company, but also we would like to use these training programs to encourage women to stand up for themselves and to not be scared and not be afraid of following their dreams and start a career and that will lead to the leadership, a leadership position. So yes, it's good that we're gonna do these training programs in the companies, but we also want women to know all their possibilities and understand their worth. So thank you for the floor.
Thank you. We will now proceed with an open vote whether to pass or reject this amendment where abstentions are not allowed. So please, everyone in favor of this amendment, raise your placards. Thank you. And everyone against this amendment, raise your placards. Then the first amendment is not accepted. Now we move over to the next amendment, which was proposed by Italy, Ruvolo, to delete OC3. Ruvolo, delegate, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President.
Please remember to stand when you're speaking.
Sorry?
When you're presenting your amendment, stand up.
I'm Gianmarco Ruvolo. I'm from the Greens and Committee number 2. My question, my amendment is about strike down the number 3 clause. Because my question for the committee is about the division between good and bads does not serve to improve anything about the working situation in companies. Recognizing that if someone does not comply with the law, and you say that the criteria are already settled by a past European directive, and if they make a mistake, they will put in a blacklist and don't get any sanction. This is not a matter of working condition, but it's a matter of legality. It's a matter of legislation and must be proven by existing judicial means. Otherwise, the presence of the list are intended to facilitate something. Does it allow us or the citizens to understand the working company? Do you really think that this list will help Europe citizens to decide which or whatever offer of work they have to accept? Do you think that if a citizen that need desperately to work, they really will matter about searching in a list or in another list, or they will just accept the work to not stay in the street? Thank you.
Thank you. Now, whom from the committee would like to answer the amendment? Delegate Lanfrendi, floor is yours.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Honorable Presidency, dear delegates, women, men, and everyone who may identify themselves otherwise. My name is Angela Fredini. I'm from Italy, and I'm from the SD party, from obviously the Committee 4. First of all, the criteria, they are already in law. They're in the directive, but the point is that this is a recommendation. So this is something that is based on a directive. So for the point where you said that it's an obligation, the directive, it's an obligation, but the recommendation isn't it, because it's a soft law act. So it's, as I said before, I underline that it's a recommendation. Besides, the blacklist are like a sanction, but they are not sanctioned in money. They are sanctioned on the level of reputation, because for a company, the sanction based on money is not important, because if a company has to pay like 100 euros, 2,000 euros, they don't care. So if a company has a damage on the reputation level, they have a damage. So that's why we think that this is something that could help us to make them respect this recommendation. Because as I said before, the companies are not obliged. So the list are something to make them follow the recommendation, which criteria are based on a directive. Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Sorry.
Thank you. Now we'll be moving over to voting for this amendment, where abstentions are once again not allowed. So everybody in favor of this amendment, please raise your placards. And everybody against this amendment, please raise your placards. This amendment has been accepted, and now clause number 3 is stricken. So The next amendment is proposed from the delegate of Italy, Liacovazzi, for the deletement of amendment OC number 22.
Thank you for the floor, Mrs. President. I'm Ilenia Iacovazzi from Commit number 2 and Patriots for Europe. Honorable delegates, Clause 22 proposed the establishment by the Member States of an additional fund called the Pension Gap Correction Fund. However, this fund, instead of effectively addressing the serious phenomenon of pay gap, introduces an additional burden. The creation of new financial resources would entail a tax burden for citizens, with an increase in taxes or pension contribution that would also burden women already affected by this injustice. In addition, there is a significant problem with the difficulty of demonstrating experiences of gender pay gap during past career. So, on what basis are these funds allocated? Who would really benefit if there was no certainty that the lower earnings were due to gender discrimination, rather than differences in women's professional commitment and dedication? In the light of this consideration, I consider that the clause is not adapted to solve the existing problems and should be deleted. Thank you for the words.
Thank you. Now, whom from the committee would like to give an answer to this amendment? Delegate Barbieri, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I'm Alessandra Barbieri from ECR Group for Committee 4, FEM, from Italy. And I wanted to answer to the amendment moved. We proposed a pension gap fund, correction fund, because we think that this was essential for addressing the significant disparities in retirement savings between men and women. Women is proved that they are often earn less over their careers due to factors like the gender pay gap, which affects also the pension systems, but also for career breaks, for caregiving and part-time work. And this pension gap amounts to the 30%. So we decided to add another fund to solve this problem. Thank you again for the floor.
Thank you, Delegate. We will now once again move to voting for this amendment. So everybody that's in favor of this amendment, please raise your placards. And everybody that's against this amendment, please raise your placards. This amendment does not pass. I will now invite a delegate from the committee under examination to present the open speech. Delegate, you may have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. Honorable Presidency, Excellencies, Member of the European Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone who may identify themselves otherwise. I am Vittoria Massellucci from the European People's Party for the FEM Committee number 4. Despite the efforts made by the European Union, such as the latest implementation of the Directive on Pay Transparency in 2023, gender inequalities and injustices have been not completely eliminated. The gender pay gap has not been closed. Prejudices and stereotypes are still problems that women have to face in the workplace, at home, in everyday life. Equal pay for equal work sounds like an unquestionable principle, doesn't it? And yet, the pay gap in the European Union is still 12.7% to this day. Moreover, only 33% of managers in listed companies in the EU are women. Women are still underrepresented in STEM fields, even if they're more likely to achieve higher education according to the Eurostat. These figures show how the society is still deeply rooted in traditional gender roles. It is crucial to educate people from a very young age so that the next generation of women will not be afraid to follow their dreams, to stand up for themselves, to choose a specific career rather than another because society expects them to. Our goal is to fight against gender inequalities and stereotypes in society, and particularly in the workplace. We debated intensely, addressing especially to the gender pay gap and how to progressively close it. And I highlight the word progressively because we did not only work to protect working women, we worked following the principle of subsidiarity in order to allow our industry and our companies to adapt and reorganize. As Article 8 of the TFEU states, and I quote, "In all its activities, the Union shall aim to eliminate inequality and aim to promote equality between men and women." Because the gender pay gap is not just a reflection of inequality in the workplace, it's a reflection of inequality in society. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. We will be now moving over to the open debate. So any interventions from the GA are welcomed. Delegate Castellan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam President, sorry. Dear colleagues, I am Francisco Castellan from Italy, from Patriots for Europe and Commission number 5. I would like to ask the Commission number 4 about the OCs number 4, where they want to penalize companies only because they don't have gender diversity in leadership positions. So, I mean, a company could be perfect, could have good salaries, but only because these companies has not women in leadership roles, it will be penalized. So, I don't know why, and I would ask you to tell me something more about that. Thank you.
Thank you. The intervention has now identified the macro era number 1 in the discussion, so I would like to only ask for interventions on macro era 1 from the GA. Delegate Peters, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the word given, Madam President. I'm Elena Venancio Pires, representing S&D and ENVI Commission. I would like to take everyone's attention to OC number 5, and as a representative of the Freedom Alliance of Socialists and Democrats, I would like to ask why marginalized groups aren't specified. Are you referring to the directive you talked about in the introduction of your resolutions? Because when we're talking about equality and defining marginalized groups, if there is not a definition, and which are those, most of the times they are not taken into consideration, or there could be like misleading opinions about them, especially in different countries. So I would like to ask you which groups are you talking about, or if you are talking about already official agreements, which one are you referring to, and why not to state it in this OC? Thank you for the floor and attention.
Thank you, Delegate. We will now be accepting one more intervention from the GA in macro era 1. Delegate Hazekamp, the floor is yours.
Honorable Presidency, my name is Robin Hanskamp, and I speak as a member of the ECR group in the first committee, AFET. And I disapprove of the second operative clause because of the further impact it can actually have on gender inequality instead of actually battling it. That is because hiring managers are already discriminating women during hiring practices because of factors like maternity leave or other factors that they think will impact productivity. So implementing a menstrual leave will only make this discrimination stronger because hiring managers will just have another reason not to hire women in their workforce, whether they actually use the menstrual leave or not. So I was wondering, especially directed to the FEM committee, how you think this will not have the actual opposite effect that I was just stating.
Thank you, Delegate. Whom from the committee may I call to answer the interventions from the GA? Would maybe any other delegates from the committee like to participate? Delegate Tularmine, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I'm Zaki Tularmine from Luxembourg in the PFE and in the committee FEM. So to answer the worries of the PFE delegate on IC number 4, so it's not a means to punish anyone, and like the last criteria is actually intended to be applied thoughtfully, so in the right context and nature of each company. So this flexibility ensures that the rating system remains fair and adaptable to diverse realities of each company. So the original intention not to impose or promote a rigid standard also encourages transparency and equitable practices. So to resume, the intention is to encourage equitable practices in a flexible and context-sensitive way. So even sometimes it might be more functional if there is less diversity in a leadership position, but that would be then according to the context. Then to answer to the issues on IC number 5, with marginalized groups, we actually refer to women who are set apart due to cultural or any environmental stigmas and prejudices. And so, yeah, we just wanted to reinforce that there are cultural differences, and women can end up marginalized and disadvantaged in different ways. Then for the last OC on number 2, on the menstrual leave, it's actually, we really insisted on adding medical certificate. It's not supposed to be a free vacation, and the medical certificate also acts as a hurdle to not just take the leave without any unreasonable premises. And so the minimum standard 2 days per month, that's just an example. Each member state can obviously adapt that to their needs and economic situation. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. Now further interventions from the Assembly are now welcome on all macro areas. Delegate Caroline, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I am Johannes Karilainen from Renew Europe and from the ENVI Committee. I would like to draw your attention to the OC 25, which calls on governments and financial institutions to provide targeted support for female entrepreneurs by creating fund pools, mentorship programs, and venture capital initiatives. But the problem with that is, as I represent Renew Europe, we are all for free markets and free economy. We don't want to put any of like this funding only for females, because that restricts the market's flow. So, for example, if we start to fund startups only by looking at the gender and not the actual business idea, we lose the point of the startups. It's not about the gender, it's always about the business idea. We shouldn't look at the founder, we should look at the idea. And that's how we should fund and give these mentorship programs, not by the gender, because this restricts the free flow of our market. And it's against the equality of opportunity we have in the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further interventions from the General Assembly? Delegate Laricella, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I'm Chiara Lauricella from the EPP. I want to drive your attention on OCs number 9 and 23, which want to train women in sectors such as finance, technology, cybersecurity, and others. I find these OCs very offensive for women who already work in the sectors and for those who are studying too. If you really want to combat gender pay gap, stop saying that we are not still enough. Probably this is not the result you hoped you wanted, but I would personally review the entire resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the committee under examination has the right to reply to these interventions. Delegate Lafrendini, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I'm Angela Lafrendini from S&D Group for the Committee 4. For what concerns the objection for the 25, sorry, I just wanted to say that all men funding teams receive almost 92% of all capital invested in all the Europe. For what concerns free market, the issue is biases when 10% of the VC managers are women and 92% goes to men. Therefore, there is no restricting the free markets, so that doesn't make any sense to me. For what concerns the 23rd, sorry. Just give me a second. Okay. Yeah, that's the 24th, right? 23? Okay, sorry. Okay. The underrepresentation of women in investment banking leads to biased decision-making, resulting in missed opportunities and less effective investment strategies. So we just wanted to prioritize gender diversity, the financial institution, so it could attract a wider range of talent. That was not supposed to be a sexist clause, since we are the FEM committee. That not makes any sense to me again. So that's it. Thanks for the floor, Madam President.
Thank you. Now further interventions from the Assembly are now welcomed. Delegate Sanso, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the floor, Madam President. I'm Camilla Sanso from Committee Number 5, ITRE and EPP, and I would like to pinpoint the attention of the whole Assembly to the OC number 24. So first and foremost, mandating policies for work-life balance may lead to an overregulation of financial institutions to create solutions that work best just for their own personal business model. Also, one downside could be that women could be targeted and could feel more privileged than men who equally deserve the same treatment in terms of work-life balance. What we are now discussing here is how we can reduce gender gap instead of creating a whole new discrimination issue, and this is the reason why everyone should be feel treated at the equally also in work life and in work environment. Thank you again for the floor.
Thank you. Now any further interventions from the GA are welcomed. Would anyone else from the General Assembly like to? Delegate Benedictus, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President, for the floor. I'm Jiske Benedictus, S&D delegate for the CRIM Committee, and I would like to draw the Assembly's attention to OCs 18 and 19. I think they very rightfully draw attention to the equal distribution of work between parents. However, they only address economic solutions to the problem. But these OCs in the resolution as a whole fail to address cultural factors that may result in an unequal distribution of work. Recently, we have seen an upsurge of the far right, and this has been accompanied by a cultural shift where more and more people, especially and including young people, are once again embracing traditional family values, with the woman staying at home for the household and the man being the breadwinner, like, for example, the idea of trad wives. So how does the committee think to address these cultural factors that may negatively impact women's participation in the workforce? Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. And now I will allow one last intervention from the GA. Delegate Macelli, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. So my concern is also about clause 19. And
Could the delegate please introduce herself?
Yeah, sorry. I'm Daniela Marchetti from S&D Group, Committee number 2. So my concern is also about OC number 19. It doesn't take into consideration many differences in the paternal leave and could lead to more difficult familiar situation. This approach does not ensure a structural change in the division of care work, leaving the responsibility of child care to fall on women as it does today. Furthermore, there is no mention of full and guaranteed pay for both parents, which is essential to allow everyone, regardless of their economic condition, to equally take advantage of paternal leave. So I would like the committee to explain me how they intend to fix this situation. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. Now, whom from the committee may I call to reply to these interventions? Delegate Barbieri, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President, for the floor. I'm Alessandra Barbieri from ECR Group for Committee number 4 from Italy. And I would like to respond to the intervention for OC number 24. First of all, we want to say that women are often the primary caregivers in families, responsible for childcare and household duties. Flexible working hours and remote work options allow women to balance their professional and personal responsibilities. And this accommodation wants to help them remain in the workforce. And we are also promoting equality, and the gap is now so high that our resolution could never arrive to invert the gender pay gap, as the delegate said. And for the intervention about OC number 18 and 19, for clause number 19, we wanted to say that equal parental leave allows both parents to share caregiving responsibilities, challenging traditional gender roles that often place the burden of child rearing primarily on mothers. And so we are just promoting a balance between maternal and paternal leaving. Thank you, Madam President, for the floor.
Thank you. The debate will now be closed and we will proceed with the speeches. So whom from the General Assembly would like to give a speech against this resolution? Delegate Gonzalez, the floor is yours. Lopez Gomez, sorry.
First of all, you mentioned the equal opportunities of advancement. This sounds nice on paper, but without addressing the root causes and gender bias in hiring promotion, this doesn't seem right. The equal opportunities concept is a back directive that makes companies will love for how easily they can claim complaints without doing much of anything. let's talk now about the menstrual leave. 2 days per month for a menstrual leave? And you need a medical certificate to prove it? A medical certificate to take care of your period? Do you know what is this? Paternalism. This won't eliminate the stereotypes. It will reinforce the idea that women's bodies are unpredictable liability. Then we have the idea of supporting women in low-paid sectors. Within this, we are skipping the real issue. Why are these sectors so low-paid in first place? Focuses on women within those sectors without addressing the larger structural wage inequality is mindless. Finally, we have the training programs for women in finance. Are still pretending that training alone will solve the issue of gender inequality in finance? Let's not kid ourselves. Power in finance is not a knowledge gap, it's a network and access problem. And that's not going to change just because a few women take some courses. Even being the committee with more OCs, recognizing the numerous issues that we have to address, you are the ones with the weakest solutions. The whole resolution is basically well-meaning laundry list of feel-good initiatives, some of which are so impractical and bureaucratic that will become another checklist item for corporations to do. Gender equality isn't going to be solved by cracking out a new reporting standard and rating system. It requires deeper cultural change and addressing foundation economic disparities, neither of which seems to be reflected in the resolution. Thank you for the floor. Sofia Lopez from SD and MB Committee.
Thank you, Delegate. Now, whom from the committee may I call to give the speech in favor of the resolution? Delegate Björksen, the floor is yours.
Honourable Presidency, esteemed member of the Model European Parliament, and distinguished guests. My name is Lina Björksten. I represent the Greens and the Women's Rights and Equality Committee. Despite the principle of equal pay for equal work have been embedded in the treaties since 1957, there is still a 15% gender pay gap between the genders. This means that me as a woman should work for 1.5 months extra each year to close this pay gap. The resolution that our committee is proposing tackles this issue hands-on. By making pay information more transparent, it becomes easier to detect the gap in this situation. Many women are unaware and not able to prove that they are underpaid because the salary information is not transparent. There's been some criticism about this resolution being vague. I want everyone to look at OC 11, which extends the current directive on gender pay gap to all small enterprises of EU. Currently, 93% of all companies in EU have less than 10 employees. Our resolution extends the transparency obligation to 93% of all companies in the EU. This is making change. Furthermore, I would like to address some of the issues that the delegate before me mentioned. She said that menstrual leave is not a real problem, but I would like to first tell you about some relevant stats. 80% of all women suffer from menstrual cramps. 5 to 10% of the women have these so severe cramps that it's affecting their life and their ability to work. Therefore, we want to have, because it's not affecting every single woman, only 5 to 10%, we think it's necessary to have a medical certificate. Otherwise, it would be a big burden on the companies if every single woman were able to take a day or two off just because they have period, because every woman has period. That is not what we are trying to aim. Furthermore, the delegates seem to believe that the problem in financial institutions is just due to networking problems. I would also like to highlight some statistics. Right now, 92% of all fundings to startup goes to male startups. Furthermore, in venture capital funds, only 1 out of 10 of the leaders are women. So let the stats speak for themselves. If only 1 out of 10 in the board making the investment decision is a woman, and 92% of all funding goes to men, we have a real problem. Therefore, we think there should be structural changes to investment banks and to the final institutions. By voting for these resolutions, we're taking an essential step towards closing the gender pay gap and creating a culture of transparency and fairness. Equality is not just a goal, it's a shared responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. I now ask all the delegates to gather and cast your votes.
Please, guys, go back to your political group for the voting.
Abstentions, 0 absence. Che parlo?
Ma togli!
Everyone, please be seated. I will now, everyone, thank you. I will now ask one member from each political group to provide your results in the following order: in favor, against, and abstentions. And there's no need to introduce yourselves now. So first, the left.
The left votes as follows: 4 votes in favor, 0 against, 0 abstention.
Thank you. S&D.
The S&D groups votes as follows: 9 in favor, 4 against, 0 abstentions.
Thank you. The Greens.
The Green votes as follows: 5 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
Thank you. Renew Europe.
5 in favor, 3 against, no abstentions.
Thank you. EPP.
EPP votes as follows: 5 in favor, 10 against, 1 abstained.
Now ECR.
The ECR votes as follows: 3 in favor, 2 against, 2 abstentions, and no absent.
Thank you. And lastly, PFR.
Patriots votes as follows: in favor 3, against 6, and no abstentions.
Thank you. With 34 votes in favor, 25 against, and 3 abstentions, this resolution passes.
and clapping. Oh no. Would the chairs like to present you their opinion?
Yeah, the CPs are against.
Thank you.
Le future femme usera pas. I'm in favor.
What? Thank you. And again, with 34 votes in favor, 25 against, 3 abstentions, this resolution passes. And
Okay.
Would you like to do?
Guys, we are going to take.
Bene.
Así lo oyen. Hola, Chus. Espera, que estoy saludando a Chus, que nos está viendo. Saluda, enciende el micro y saluda a la Chus. Hola, Chus, hola. Chus. Chus. Hola, Chus. Chus. Más. Chus, hola, Chus. Chus. Au revoir, Chus. Au revoir.
our engineers to adjust the audio system. Thank you for your patience. Ladies and gentlemen, this voice is a test signal to enable our engineers to adjust the audio system. Thank you for your patience. Ladies and gentlemen, this voice is a test signal to enable our engineers to adjust the audio system. Thank you for your patience. Ladies and gentlemen, this voice is a test signal to enable our engineers to adjust the audio system. Thank you for your patience. Ladies and gentlemen, this voice
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
Tu ci hai lavorato, metti.
Order in the GA. May I ask the delegates to take your seats, please? No, no, se vuoi urlo io. Posso fare peggio di Eva. Non so se posso fare peggio di Eva.
Ah no,
May I ask the delegates to take your seats, please?
Guys.
Good afternoon. My name is Mattia Casadei, and I will be the president for committee number 5. So, no textual changes have been submitted to the presidency, but several amendments have been submitted, and 3 of them have been accepted. So, the first amendment proposes to delete the clause number 5, and may I ask the primary signatory to give a brief speech in favor of their amendment. The delegate 305 may have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Tristan Verheulwegen, European People's Party, Envy Committee. Honorable Presidency, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I want to discuss the problematic and superfluous 5th OC of the ITRE Committee. Before we start, I want to thank the fellow delegates and the so important committee presidents for their work and their good intention with this OC. I suppose you all have read the OC. It is well written, and the idea probably enjoys the support of all stakeholders. But let's take a second look. The Critical Medicines Alliance, the CMA, was launched in 2024 by the European Commission. Full functioning alliance with monthly reunions. It does a great job and enjoys the support of everyone. But why should the European Parliament support a program of the European Commission if it is already passed the European Parliament and they already support it? No further action is taken in OC number 5. Not a single new idea is given in the OC number 5. Furthermore, I want to urge every delegate in this hemicycle to grab their phone now and search for CMA EU. Let's read together the second sentence of the website of the CMA. The Alliance aims to identify key areas and prioritize for action, proposing solutions to strengthen the supply of critical medicines in the EU, ultimately enhancing efforts to prevent and address shortages effectively. Now, you don't know if I read the OC or the website, don't you? And yeah, look at the OC. I mean, not only no action has been taken, the committee even underlined their lack of creativity by copy-pasting the whole OC. They didn't even try to hide it. My fellow delegates, I I'm asking you to see the whole picture. How does a copy-pasted OC look like in an otherwise brilliant resolution? The objective of the alliance, yeah, they're wonderful. But the CMA is already supported by the European Union. Or should I say, it has been created by it. So, this OC has no role in this resolution and only brings confusion. Convince yourself by opening the website and delete this confusing clause. Thank you. And yes.
Thank you. I now ask a member of the committee under examination to give a brief speech to defend the amendment proposed. Delegate Pelliccioli, you've been recognized.
Thank you, President, for the chance to let me speak. First of all, it's not prohibited to copy and paste something into our resolution. Second of all, I think, we think it's not a matter of creativity, whether it's a matter of efficiency. Then the alliance we think that we won't delete this because actually the alliance will play a key role in bolstering industrial and competitiveness in the EU and strengthening its open strategic autonomy in the best interest of EU citizens. Again, strengthening EU manufacturing capacities for critical medicines and their active pharmaceutical ingredients is also something very important. Again, diversifying international partnership and cooperation. Then the alliance also brings together EU institutions, member states and specialized bodies and agencies, local and regional authorities, companies and trade associations, even social partner organizations and non-governmental organizations and civil society groups. I think this is enough to convince you that we should maintain this clause number 5. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move on to the voting procedure. So everyone in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand or placard. Everyone against the amendment? The amendment has been accepted, so clause number 5 is completely deleted, and take it into account during the open debate. We now move on to the second amendment, that is about clause number 13, and it proposes to substitute the clause with the following text. Affirms the need of increased use of sustainable energy sources, including nuclear and geothermal energy, thus satisfying European goals of reaching net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. May I ask the primary signatory, Delegate Greta Anzaloni, to give a brief speech for the amendment. Delegate Anzaloni, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I am Greta Anzaloni, the Italian delegate from the ENVI Committee for the European People's Party. I want to bring the attention of the General Assembly to the OC number 13, which affirms the need of increased use of renewable energy sources in order to satisfy European goals of reaching net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2015. To do so, they include nuclear and geothermal energy as renewable sources. However, even if the European People's Party, which I represent, find in nuclear energy a low-carbon technology necessary for ecological transition, nuclear fuels, such as the element uranium, are not considerable renewable as they are a finite material mined from the ground and can only be found in certain locations. In the view of the above, the European People's Party group consider the term renewable wrong and misleading. Thus, it proposes to substitute it with sustainable, which is the most proper term to express the intention of the operative clauses and the resolution. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. I now ask a member of the committee under examination to give a brief speech against the amendment proposed. Delegate Ariano, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor. I am Beatrice Ariano from the political group of Socialists and Democrats of the Commission in Exxon. To this amendment, I want to respond in a simple way, because in this case we use the word including as a synonymous of addition, in addition. So it doesn't mean that nuclear energy is included into the renewable energies. So it's a misunderstanding. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. We now move on to the voting procedure. So everyone in favor of the amendment, please raise your placard. Everyone against the amendment? The amendment has been accepted, so take into account the modification about clause number 13. We now move on to the third amendment, that is about clause number 4. And it proposes to add some specifications to the clause, as follows. Advocates for the promotion of a comprehensive circular economy model across all member states to enhance resource efficiency and support sustainable economic growth by A. Encouraging the development of standards and practices that ensure materials and products are reused, recycled, and regenerated, resulting in minimum environmental impact across industries. B. Facilitating public and private investment in circular technologies and infrastructure to accelerate the transition towards a zero-waste economy. C. Suggesting the continuous use of internal combustion engine vehicles. May I ask the primary signatory, Delegate Robin Heskamp, to deliver a speech in favor of the amendment. Delegate, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor. Honorable Presidency, distinguished guests, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and those who identify otherwise. I apologize for having you read the entire clause out loud. Well, I just wanted to remove one singular word, and that is temporary in 4C. Why do I propose such a thing? Well, I think it's a thorn in a furthermore beautiful rose of an OC. And I suggest we remove that thorn. Why? By saying that they want to temporarily continue the use of internal combustion engines, they imply that they want to ban it in the near future. While we of the ECR of the opinion that the customer will be able to choose itself and may possibly, in that fact, choose for electric vehicles on his own accord. Having the EU as a governing body without complete oversight and power over the member states, we're of the opinion that they cannot ban such a thing. And in that case, want to reinstate that the EU should for now allow the use of combustion engines and do not ban it in the near future. I thereby thank you for the floor, and I recommend everybody to vote for this very simple but effective amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I now ask a member of the committee under examination to deliver a speech against the amendment. May I ask the entire committee to take part in the debate? May I ask once again the committee to take part in the debate? Delegate Aisle, you've been recognized.
Thanks for the floor, Mr. President. So we want to ban the industrial combustion engine vehicle the next time because it stands on the Green Deal. So it's an international sign. It has to be signed in. So we want not to change the Green Deal. So we accomplished that, and because that we said temporary, we supported the Green Deal. Thanks for the floor.
Thanks. We now move on to the voting procedure. So everyone in favor of the amendment, please raise your placard. Everyone against the amendment? The amendment has been accepted, so take into account also these modifications about clause number 4. I now invite a delegate from the committee to deliver an opening speech. Delegate Pelliccioli, you've been recognized.
Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, I am Giada Pelliccioli from the 5th Committee, representing Italy and the PPE. So, today we gather to address a critical issue that has surfaced time and time again, which is enhancing the EU's ability to withstand challenges in critical sectors. The global pandemic and the ongoing conflict in Ukraine have exposed several vulnerabilities within the European Union, particularly in sectors essential to the economy and the way of life, from medical supplies to rare materials, from rare energy dependence to food security, and the need for a robust and future-proof strategy has never been more apparent. COVID-19 taught us the importance of investing in medical research and infrastructure in order to respond to emergencies and anticipate them. Likewise, raw material crisis, coupled with the soaring cost of electronic goods, highlights our over-reliance on third countries for resources which are critical to our industries. More recently, the Ukraine conflict exposed our deep dependence on Russian gas, shaking the foundations of our energy security and placing our agri-food production chain in jeopardy. In response to these pressing challenges, the Committee on Industry, Research and Energy has introduced important proposals to strengthen resilience across critical sectors, from advocating for increased investment in renewable and nuclear energy to fostering innovation and digital technologies and ensuring equitable access to essential resources. This resolution aims to fortify the EU's strategic autonomy and economic stability. We stand at a pivotal moment, so this resolution calls for bold action, building resilient Europe that not only survives but thrives in the face of crisis. So let us seize this opportunity to create a stronger and more self-reliant union for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move on to the open debate. Interventions about any macro area are welcomed. Delegate Gonzalez, you have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I would like to invite my colleagues to read clause number 16, which
May
mentions...
I ask the delegate to introduce yourself first?
I am sorry. I am Alberto González, Committee MV3, and I'm from European People's Party. I want my colleagues to read clause 16, which mentions a request of a gradual phase-out of subsidies for non-renewable energy sources by 2030, ensuring a just transition. And I can't help but wonder how a just transition and a gradual phase-out can be done in only 5 years' time when we're speaking about non-renewable energy sources, which are still the main energy resources of many countries inside the European Union that rely heavily on them. So we don't have either the infrastructure or the amount of resources in order to do that. And by cutting subsidies for this type of energies, you cannot do a just transition because you're not taking into account the situation of different countries. So I have two questions. First is, how do you think this just transition can be done gradually in 5 years? And the other question is, I cannot help but wonder why 2030? What is the explanation for this specific year, which is in 5 year times? Thank you very much for the floor, Mr. President.
Thank you. Other interventions about all the macro areas are welcomed. Delegate Di Cristofaro, you may have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, dear Presidency. I'm Greta Di Cristofaro for ECR Group for INGE. I would like to bring the attention of the General Assembly on the clause number 15 of the ITRE committee that focuses on specific technologies like VRF, batteries, lithium batteries, hydrogen, and PHS. We suggest that these particular technologies should not be prioritized. First of all, because there could be potential environmental risks or sustainability issues. For example, the mining of lithium for batteries, the life cycle emissions of hydrogen production, or the environmental impact of PHS, which can involve significant alteration of natural landscape and environment, of course. Furthermore, we'd like to question their cost effectiveness and efficiency. VRF and lithium batteries or hydrogen storage systems are not yet commercially practical or extendable, and that taxpayers should not fund such speculative research. So for us, for the ASIR group, energy storage research should be driven by national governments. So this clause is an example of unnecessary EU intervention in an area that should be left to individual states. Thank you.
Thank you. We now accept another intervention from the Assembly. May I ask the entire Assembly to participate in the debate? Delegate Silvestrini, you may have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I'm Ellen Silvestrini from EPP and from Committee number 4, FEM. I would like to draw attention to operative clause number 3. While encouraging member states to take economic action may appear beneficial, there are concerns regarding the practical implementation of such measures. Member states may have different economic priorities, making uniform implementation challenging and potentially hindering the collective competitiveness of member states in the semiconductor sector. Furthermore, support for the semiconductor industry should take into account the significant environmental impact of production. It will be more efficient both for economy and for individual countries to maintain national autonomy in the green transition and to explore new, more sustainable approaches, such as the introduction of organic semiconductors or the use of recycled silicon. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. I now ask the committee under examination to defend the observation just proposed. Delegate Bousset, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the floor. I'm Alice Bussai for the S&D political group and for the committee number 5. About the OC number 16, I just want to say that gradually phasing out subsidies for non-renewable energy sources by 2030 is necessary to promote a just transition for regions and industries that rely heavily on fossil fuels. This strategy must include clear benchmarks to align with the EU's net zero goals, ensuring that the transition is equitable and sustainable. About the OC number 15, the lithium batteries are a crucial technology for many products as their combination of availability and performance. And they are really important for the future innovation, and they represent a strong technological basis and have potential in several countries to boost transition to a pioneering R&D sector. About the OC number 3, the clause encourages member states to take economic action to accelerate the process supported by the European Chips Act. This is crucial for the future of technology and sustainability in the European Union. Promoting coordinated action not only supports the digital transition, but also facilitates the transition to a greener economy, fostering innovation and energy efficiency. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. We now accept more interventions from the Assembly. Delegate Federici, you may have the floor.
I thank the Honourable Presidency for the floor, and fellow delegates, I'm Viviana Federici, representative of the S&D Group and the AFID Committee. I would like to ask and address the fellow delegates of the committee in question how they mean to address rare and infectious disease, because this was one of the topics of the committee. So prevent, analyze, and respond to new and highly infectious disease. So do you believe that the OC6, that is just about distribution of medicine, can be enough? What about like a comprehensive plan on rare disease? What about maybe a revision of transparency directive for the pricing and reimbursement? Mostly now, because we have seen with the MFF revision that the EU4Health program has suffered one of the biggest budgetary cuts. So I should think that the committee should have focused more on the problem. Thank you for the attention.
May I ask the delegate Federici which clause you are referring to?
I mentioned the OC6.
Thanks. We accept other interventions from the Assembly. Delegate Barbieri, you may have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I'm Alessandra Barbieri from ECR Group for Committee for FEM from Italy. And I wanted to focus all the attention of the Assembly on the OC number 16. The OC proposed by Committee number 5 requests a phase of subsidies for non-renewable energy source by 2030. Despite the sub-clause that the committee decided to write, such as financial support and incentives, we as ECR Group think that to reach this goal by 2030 is pretty much impossible, especially if the committee wish to do it gradually, as they wrote in their OC. We should suggest to expand the limited time until at least 2030. Thank you again for the floor, Mr. President.
Thank you. We now accept one more intervention from the Assembly. Delegate Zehe, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Presidency, for the floor. Honorable Presidency, fellow delegates, guests, ladies, gentlemen, whoever may identify otherwise. I would like to put the attention of the Assembly on clause number 10 of the resolution, where they call upon the committee to consider enhancing support for youth employment through a bunch of funds. What I would like to ask the committee under examination is, how can we talk about enhancing funds, sending money, enhancing funds for digital innovation, when in other countries of Europe we don't have basic infrastructure? How can we talk about digital awareness and digital development when we do not tackle root causes and when we do not agree on how to better, for instance, more fundamental aspects of the economy, like the agricultural food chain, supply chain? Why are we using these funds, which again is a beautiful idea, obviously? Why are we using these funds in the wrong way? Why are we not tackling the real problem, which is making Europe independent from third-party suppliers and being stronger on the energy and agri-food market? That's what I asked the committee. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. I now ask the committee under examination to defend the observations proposed. May I ask the whole committee to take part in the debate? Delegate Sanso, you may have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I'm Camila Sanso from Committee Number 5, ITRE, and from EPP. So to answer to our fellow delegates regarding clause number 6, which shows the European Health Emergency Preparedness and Response Authority, also named HERA, which is uniquely positioned to manage these initiatives due to its expertise in health crisis. Here, involvement ensures that strategies are implemented effectively, enhancing the EU's capability to respond to health emergencies in a timely and organized manner. Regarding clause number 16, once again, we can clarify that the date, so the year 2030, was decided during the last committee of the European Parliament. So it's not the date we decided as committee number 5, but was decided as the last time they gathered on this topic. That was the arrangement. But we can surely extend it to further. And then regarding clause number 10, enhancing support for youth employment through initiatives like the Youth Employment Initiative and the European Social Fund is vital for addressing high youth employment rates. So to answer the question, why are we using them? We are using them to focus on regions with the greatest need and providing resources for skill development. And these initiatives promote social cohesion, which is one of the focus points in our committee and in our resolution. Thank you again for the floor.
Thank you. We now move on to another round of interventions. Delegate Micha, you may have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. My name is Krzysztof Micha from the left, from the Czech Republic. And we would like the committee to elaborate on the OC number 14 when they are talking about a comprehensive review of the Green Deal policies. We are not sure that the so-called easier access to funding for renewable energy that you will make sure that the easier access won't be abusable for all the people, especially in the higher classes and international and bigger companies, to abuse such fundings towards the working people. We would like you to elaborate on that, how you would make sure that that doesn't happen, because if it does, the comprehensive review of Green Deal policies is not like something that we can do, that we'll gonna do. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. We now accept more interventions from the GA. Delegate Massellucci, you may have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. I'm Vittoria Massellucci from EPP for FEM Committee. I would like to bring the attention of the Assembly to clause number 6 to stress again on it, especially on the comma A, because while it is a good idea to increase the distribution of medical resources, I believe it is not effective to distribute them proportionally to the member states' populations, because they should instead be proportioned to the needs of each country and their demand. If not, this OC can enhance health inequalities that are already present, and because in this way bigger and richer countries would be prioritized. Moreover, it could also be difficult to determine the quantities of these products, especially of manufacturing locations, for example, and transportations that are mentioned, because the logistics could encounter difficulties such as national legislations and infrastructures. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. We now accept one last intervention from the GA. Delegate Karilainen, you may have the floor.
Thanks for the floor, Mr. President. Dear delegates, I would like to turn your attention to OC 12, which speaks about encouraging member states to ensure having equal access to advanced technologies through targeted investments and capacity building programs in less developed regions. What I want to talk about is that if we already have driving infrastructure for advanced technologies to drive in, advanced technology companies to drive in, why should we put money into less invested areas to try and build up these advanced technology companies there when even the basic needs of those less developed regions are not met? Firstly, we need to invest in the basic needs because some places in Europe still don't have the better internet access, and the investment should go there, and let the advanced technologies like quantum technologies thrive there where we still have already the better infrastructure for those companies to drive in. Thanks.
Thank you. The committee under examination has now the right to reply. May I ask the entire committee to take part in the debate? Delegate Bousset, you may have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. About the OC number 14, the clause proposes a review of the Green Deal policies to simplify bureaucracy, and I think this is essential to make the energy transition more effective. Reducing bureaucratic obstacles would allow projects to be implemented more quickly, and simplifying the access to financing would make it easier for business and local authorities to develop a renewable initiative, thus increasing investment in the sector. About the clause number 6, we already said that we can thank you. And the distribution are searched in order to achieve a more homogeneous arrangement of manufacturing location. And we just want to say that all the distribution should be proportional to the need of each country. It's difficult to individuate the quantity of the product. And for the 12, the OC number 12, we just want to say that ensuring that all member states have equal access to advanced technologies to target investment and capacity building programs is vital for fostering inclusivity. This approach helps bridge the digital divide, allowing less developed regions to benefit from technological advancement and participate fully in the digital economy. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. The open debate is now closed, and we will move on with the speeches. I invite one delegate from the Assembly to deliver a speech against the spirit of the entire resolution. Delegate Fazio, you've been recognized.
Dear Presidency, fellow delegates, committee presidents, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, and anyone who may identify as otherwise. I am Gaia Fasser from EPP's Party Committee 2. I would like to draw your attention on the work of Commission 5 on industry, research and energy. The aim of this committee is to propose strategies to enhance resilience in the energy sector, the agri-food production chain, and research on nuclear and technological fields. This Commission proposes 18 operative clauses. Yet, how many of these provide concrete answers to the issues at hand? These are merely vague and ephemeral programmatic expressions on each single topic in the matter. On 18 operative clauses, how many address the agri-food production chain? 0. How many can really provide innovative, creative and unique resolutions? 0. The themes tackled represent the future of a Europe that is synonymous with progress, technology, sustainability. This Europe that looks forward seems to be stuck in the past, reviewing at ITRE's committee resolutions, offering the same old solutions, the same old refrains, reaffirms, trust, supports, recognize. The EU struggles to understand how to implement eco-friendly energy resources and reduce global warming, while Committee 5 seems still to be confused about the distinction between renewable and green sources. Saying that nuclear energy is renewable, while nuclear fuels such as uranium are not renewable, as they are finite resources mined from the ground and only can be found in certain locations. Research should be your priority. But if you don't lead the example, you fail to set the right precedent for the entire European community. Hoping a gradual transition by 2030, which is already an oxymoron itself, ITRE looks and seeks to enhance a collaboration with a team of experts. Who are these experts? Perhaps the young people lacking of professional experience mentioned in your own resolution. These proposals, filled with the echoes of the past, repetitions, mentions of plans that were never implemented, and expressions of vague and indeterminate ideas, from a party's point of view, need and require a revision. Proposing a different treatment for imports without defining a criteria risk treating different situations in equal ways. While suggesting vague workshops to make us all experts of industry, research and energy in a night, are we truly looking at the future, or are we stuck in an idealistic universe? We need adequate answers, and none of the member states could reasonably support a resolution that resembles a mosaic of recycled ideas. Unfortunately, while Europeans understand the importance of dreaming, they are also aware that a political program must be grounded in solid realities and innovation, which should be the pillars of your work. Before revising economics, proposing harmonization of the circular economics, or discussing the next high-tech action, remember that if EU follows your proposal, our world will soon disappear before your target 2030. Thank you.
Thank you. May I ask the Assembly if there are any other against speeches? Sorry, we move on to the final speech. So may I ask the order in the GA, please? May I ask a delegate of the examined committee to deliver his final speech? Delegate Tripunovsky, you've been recognized.
Honourable Presidency, dear respected members of the Model European Parliament, Today, we were called a number of beautiful names. Our resolution was called A Blooming Rose with Thorns. By the way, thorns do grow on roses. We were called hardworking. We were also called illiterate and young, mindless people by delegates that probably can find uranium on the periodic table. Regarding the agricultural part, I failed to see how the MEPs failed to see the OC, that the revision of the Green Deal encompasses revision of the bureaucratic part of these policies, which means that it will actually benefit farmers instead of the big companies. Bureaucracy is usually not a problem for big companies. Health demographics is taken into account when we examine the OC proposed in order to ensure equal distribution, because not every country has the same health demographics. It is, of course, also in the interest of the people living in less developed regions to have both access to both networks like 5G and modern technologies. Of course, the aforementioned ones are the ones which we should prioritize. But of course, the delegates failed to see that we already addressed that issue in a separate OC in our resolution. And about the point that was a couple of times mentioned in the General Assembly about the goal reaching zero emissions by 2030, that was never our intention. The clause is not written in that way. It is, again, as my colleagues mentioned before that, it is about reaching of previously established goals by then. And at the end, we were also called revisionists and people who copy old ITRE committee sessions. And to that, I can say that if we can do anything good, it is only because we stand on shoulders of giants. In the last 5 years, the human spirit broke in the world, especially in Europe. Europe was supposed to be a beacon of stability, but it took many punches from warmongering and even by nature itself. So now it's time for Europe to stand up for itself, to become self-sustainable, and to not depend on other countries. It is time to introduce new things. It's time to learn from our mistakes, vote for common sense. Thank you.
Thank you. I now ask the delegates to gather by political groups and collect your votes.
Concerto.
Ah no.
Aspetta, se no vabbè, ragazzi.
Order in the GA, please. Come to your seats. Non ci sta più adesso. I will now ask to each member of the political group to say the votes in this order, that is, vote in favor, against, and abstentions. The left.
The left has voted 0 votes in favor, 4 against, 0 votes abstention, and 0 absence.
S&D.
S&D has voted 3 in favor, 11 against, 0 abstentions.
The Greens.
The Greens would like to thank the presidency for letting us participate in the discussion, and we vote as follows: 0 in favor, 5 against, and 0 abstains. Thank you.
Order in the GA, please. Renew Europe.
Renew Europe votes as follows: 1 in favor, 7 against, 0 abstentions.
EPP.
European People Party voted as follows: 2 in favor, 13 against, 0 abstain.
ECR.
The ECR votes as follows: 2 in favor, 5 against, 0 abstentions, and 0 absent.
PFE.
PFE has voted as follows: favor 5, 1 against, 2 abstained.
Committee presidents.
The committee
Once again, sorry.
The committee presidents abstain from the vote.
With 13 votes in favor, 46 votes against, 2 abstentions, and also the abstentions from the committee presidents, the resolution has not passed. Clap is not in order.
Now you will give the floor to Lorenzo. Before officially closing the session.
Order in the GA, please, from everyone. Thanks. Now, before officially closing the ceremony, I will give the floor to Lorenzo, one of the best members of the board of MEP Italia.
Thank you for the floor, Mattia. You're also one of the best members of this presidency. And so, as we conclude this extraordinary event, I would like to take a moment to reflect on the journey we have undertaken together over the past few days, here in the heart of the European Union in Brussels. First of all, I want to thank the European Committee of Regions for hosting and giving us the opportunity to hold part of our simulation within its walls. Their support has allowed us to fully immerse ourselves in the dynamics of European institutions and to experience a truly unique event. I also want to thank all of you delegates. You are the beating heart of this project. Your participation and commitment have given life to a simulation that has provided us with an extraordinary opportunity to practice diplomacy and negotiation, skills that are essential not only in politics, but also in our daily lives. The European Parliament is a symbol of unity and collaboration among nations. It reminds us that although our origins, cultures, and languages may differ, we share common challenges and aspirations, and this has been the foundation of this session. You come from different countries, some of which are not even part of the European Union. Yet you have been able to collaborate and contribute significantly, demonstrating the importance of dialogue and international cooperation. Now it is time to thank the committee presidents. Thank you for guiding the writing of the resolution and the discussion within the political groups. Your role is always fundamental for a successful session. Some of you have participated in dozens, if not hundreds, of sessions, and yet you still do so with the same enthusiasm and a strong desire to improve the world. And for this, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. A special thank you goes to my friends and fellow members of the board, with whom I have shared months of work organizing this session. Nada, Andrea, and above all, Vittorio. I first set foot in the European Parliament with Vittorio in 2019 in Strasbourg as a delegate. And 5 years later, once again with him, I have returned to the heart of the European institutions. Not as a delegate this time, but as an organizer of a session, thanks to everything he has built over these years. I must tell you that this session was not easy to organize, but it is the result of long work that, if you look closely, began years ago. Thanks to Vittorio, who was able to coordinate us like a true guide, we first managed to bring the project to the university level, then to involve the European alumni within the session held in Garda this May. And finally, we succeeded in bringing all of you to the heart of the European Union, giving full meaning to this simulation that has become familiar to us. Now this session is coming to a conclusion. Well, we still have tonight's gala to look forward to. But tomorrow we will all return to our homes and resume our daily lives, stepping out of this simulation, stepping out of these buildings. However, our journey does not end here. The MEP is a project that has crossed our lives, led us to make different choices, and brought all of us here in Brussels. But in truth, the MEP is much more than a simple project. It is a network of different people who have entered our lives, sometimes challenging our opinions, or at times supporting them. In a world where dialogue often seems like a futile tool, especially on an international level, where interests often outweigh human lives, the MEP brings us back to a dimension of discussion and to the necessity of finding compromises to build a better future. Let us remember that democracy is a living, breathing entity. It flourishes when we engage with it, challenge it, and most importantly, participate in it. Each of you has the potential to be a catalyst for change, and I'm excited to see how you will use your experience to make a difference. Let us carry forward the spirit of this simulation, committing ourselves to a brighter and more united Europe. And with this, I officially declare closed the MEP International Alumni Session here in Brussels.
5:30 p.m. So why should we take more photos? Okay, so maybe the best way to organize this is that we just go, I don't know if downstairs or here, I'll just go in avant-garde and see where is the best place to do. But please, for the committee presidents, just